colleagues should feel free to remove their jackets if so required. Okay, I know it's a hot day and it's going to be a reasonably long session. Anybody who wishes to remove their jacket, please do so now. Good afternoon, members of the Council, members of the public and those watching online. Welcome to this extraordinary general meeting of the Council. Please note that the proceedings at the Council meeting are recorded and streamed live to the internet. The purpose of this meeting is to decide whether to confer honorary Freedom of the City status on the Federation of Plymouth and District Ex-Services Associations and to appoint honorary aldermen to Mr. Wheeler, Mr. Dreen, Mrs. Boyer and posthumously Mrs. Pengelly. I know all of us are deeply saddened by the passing of Mrs. Vivian Pengelly, and could I ask in advance of this debate that we stand for a minute's silence to commemorate her life and her considerable contribution to this city. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Please sit. I move on to item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have apologies from Councillors Bingley, Finn and Sproston. Councillor Mrs. Bridgman will be arriving late. Thank you.
Are there any further apologies? Thank you. Item 2. There is dispensation in place that allows all councillors to speak and vote in respect of ceremonial honours given to councillors. If there are any interests in relation to the single item on the agenda. Thank you. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm not sure if I need to declare, but I am actually the president of the Federation.
Yeah, it's noted, but obviously no requirement there to.
Okay.
Thank you. Right, I'll move on to item 3, appointment of single item of the honorary alderman. Councillor Tudor Evans. Leader of the Council, I understand you are introducing this motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. It falls to me as the Leader of the Council to propose the list of aldermen in front of you today. Former Councillor Vivian Pengelly, former Councillor George Wheeler, former Councillor Linda Boyer and former Councillor Jonathan Dreen. I just wanted to say a few words about Vivian, about Mrs. Pengelly. She and I have been, I think, the mother and the father of the house for a while. So it's going to be really strange her not being here. She's been, such a important part of civic life for so long. These council meetings, obviously, as a champion of sport and young people, but also as her time as leader, winning Councillor of the Year, or the most achieving Councillor of the Year, I think, as it was clumsily put in the award ceremony. And of course, that was quite a crucial period for the city's transformation as well. And of course, she was a Lord Mayor. So, she's done the lot, really. She's done the lot. She served on every committee going, just about, but I just wanted to say that I served on her with before we had such a thing as police and crime commissioners, Lord Mayor, there was the police authority, and she and I spent many a happy hour at the police authority meetings, listening to the terrible crime waves in Budley, Salterton, and various other places around Devon and Cornwall. But she was always very clear and very careful to raise those issues that were important to Plymouth, and the fact that we didn't get our fair share of resources. She was always very passionate in arguing for those. I'd also like to pay tribute to Linda Bowyer, if I may, because she represented Egg Buckland for 18 years. I mean, it hardly seems credible that 18 years have gone by with her helm in Egg Buckland, but she achieved quite a lot in her time here as well. Chairing or being a cabinet member for health and social care, helping with the delivery of wellbeing hubs across the city, and of course, she managed to accompany the chief executive of the NHS when we were opening those, and not a small feat, actually, persuading somebody from the very top of the NHS to come down and visit Plymouth. But she also done a lot on scrutiny and licensing and loads of other stuff, and she was passionate about making things better for young people. And of course, Jonathan Dreen. Obviously, Jonathan was hoping to be in your chair this year, Lord Mayor, but that is politics, as they say. It's a tough old business. But Jonathan, represented Bud's Ed from 2007. He was the deputy Lord Mayor, so he's done his bit. And of course, 16 years service is considerable service. And I would say that on this side, nobody had a bad word to say about Jonathan. He was like a real gentleman and a gentleman, we enjoyed tearing chunks out of him, of course, but fundamentally he had his constituents and he had his city at the core of everything he did. So we thank him for his service. I've got to give way because you've got to be able to say something, haven't you, Ed?
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Lugger, I understand you'll be seconding the motion and would like to say a few words.
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. I would just like to mention Mr. Wheeler. George was elected in 1995, and I understand he served some time at the County Council, but by my reckoning, he served on this council for 26 years. He chaired a couple of committees. When I used to present the audit and governance reports to the full council, there was only one person who used to ask me a question, and that was George, because of course he was once the A&G chair. He's represented St Pudo since 2002, and all I can say is I'm going to miss his distinctive raspy voice booming across the chamber. Jonathan Dreen, yes, the leader has put us up to date with all the CV. Of course, I'm old enough to remember Jonathan's parents, who were very political, and his father served here as well. I would like to speak, if you would crave my indulgence, Lord Mayor, on Councillor Vivian Pengelly, who was a personal friend of mine. I would like to use the reference to Hamlet, lamenting the death of his father, Hamlet said, "He was a man, taken for all in all. I will not look upon his like again." If one were to translate those words to Vivian Ann Pengelly, I'm sure it would read something on the lines of, "She was a woman ahead of her time. Take her for all in all thinking, all listening, all loving. I shall not look upon her like again." In the end, my Lord Mayor, it is not the years in your life that matter. It is the life that you put into those years. And certainly, Auntie Viv, as I affectionately knew her, did so. She was elected in 1989, and she represented the Drake ward at that time. Apart from a short period of absence from 1995 to 1997, she served on the council until the day she died. And she represented Dunstan from 1997 onwards. She, as the leader alluded to, she was leader of the council between 2007 and 2012, which was an important period in the council's transformation. And I shan't mention about the 2010 municipal awards because it's already been covered. But I would like to say that as the years go by so quickly, there's people around us who we believe will always be here. But alas, when they pass away, it always comes as a great shock. We think of dear old Councillor Brian Vincent, who passed this year. And on the Conservative benches, since I was elected last year, we have lost Tom Savory, Tom Jones, Ralph Morrell, my old mate Derek Ackland, my old running mate in Radford Ken Foster, Ted Fry, my dear friend David James, and now Auntie Viv. So as Gandhi said, you don't know who is important to you until they finally pass away. In conclusion, Vivian was a lady who enjoyed her job. She loved the people of Plymouth. She loved serving on the council, and she died admired and respected. So it's an honour to second the motion for all of them with special tribute to the memory of Vivian Pengelly. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much to both of you. Do any other members wish to speak? Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I would just like to say a few words about Jonathan Dreen, who I've probably known longer than anyone else here. He was certainly a teenager when I first met him, and I wasn't much older, just out of my teens, long before his father, my father, ended up on the council. And some very nice things have been said about you, Jonathan, which are entirely true. You were a very hard-working councillor. You were kind to everyone. You were thoughtful. You had immense interest in the transport area. We used to get emails late at night telling us what was happening. Your great interest also was the Devon and Somerset Fire Authority, and also in your ward, you were instrumental in preserving the building for the setting up of the Four Greens Trust, and also getting lottery funding for the big project in Whitley. So, you will be missed. It is sad that you're not with us on these benches anymore, but I'm sure we will see you more in the future. And you certainly followed in your father's footsteps. He was a very well-liked man who became Deputy Lord Mayor, and you followed in his footsteps in that realm and in looking after your residents. So, thank you. And I would reinforce all the words that have been said about the other honorary aldermen that are being conferred today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Hume.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I echo what Councillor Lugger has said on behalf of all what he has said. My kind of speech is for Councillor Dreen. He was a very good mentor to me when I was a candidate in the early days when I was running as a councillor, and for that I must say thank you very much to Councillor Dreen. Also, I also want to say my respect to Councillor Wheeler at the time. He was a good voice, and he supported me when I became an independent. So for that, I thank you again, George. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to pay, not tribute or congratulate Linda Bowyer on the proposal in front of us. If it weren't for the formidable pair of Linda and Ian, I don't think I would be here now. I class Linda and Ian as my fourth set of grandparents. They've had me under their wing since I was 16 when I was out campaigning with them, and they have shown nothing but kindness, warmth and encouragement. And Linda in particular, in the last year, she's been great support to me. While she was standing down, she was giving me all the hints and tips and everything of how to do things, the contacts, who to contact for fairs and events and functions and things. So I will be eternally grateful to Linda for everything that she's done for me and for them pushing me to be where I am today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. We shall now move on to the vote to pass this resolution of council to confer honorary alderman status on Mr Jonathan Dreen, Mrs Linda Bowyer, Mr George Wheeler and posthumously to Mrs Vivian Pengelly. Please can I ask the council to vote on this motion by raising their hands. He's done it. Not a raising hands then. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please vote. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, would we like to raise our hands? Thank you very much. Right, we'll consider that as a unanimous in favour. Thank you. On behalf of the council, I would like to offer Mr Dreen this opportunity to address the council.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, Council, Councillor Evans Leader and Councillor Mahoney. This is something I wasn't expecting. I was doing some reflection over the weekend and my hay fever's bad, don't worry. It was 40 years ago that I first came to the council house. As Councillor Mahoney mentioned, our parents had just been elected in 1983. So I came into the chamber, well, not the chamber, sorry, the gallery, to find out what happened. And I found it very interesting, but in those days, there were generally only two of us in the gallery. Times have changed. There was a very young Patrick Nicholson in there as well. I think he was watching his mother at the same council meeting as she'd been elected as well. In 2007, as you mentioned, Leader, I was elected for Buds Head, and subsequently 3 times after that. So I must thank the residents who supported me in that time. I just tried my very best. Councillor Pengelly's PA, about 10 days after I'd been elected, called me and said, could I please go to the Chief Executive's office? I thought, oh my God, I've only been in here for 10 days. What have I done? It was like that moment you're at school if you're asked to report to the head's study. All it was he wanted to meet me, learn a little bit about me, my ward, what I hoped to accomplish whilst I was here. So it was okay, it was fine. In those days, we did all our own casework, and I do remember taking the lift next door in the Civic Centre, trying to find the relevant areas of trying to sort out the issues that residents had raised. More recently, we have a councillor casework team who I must thank, who do a great sterling job for us all. Whilst I'm talking about staff, whether they're on the front line, highways or street services, our waste crews, our library staff, or even if they're in the offices at Ballard House or here, I found I wouldn't be able to do the job without their support. So I really do thank them for that. Just one very quick one, Lord Mayor. As you know, I used to live in Bahrain many, many years ago. So I would just like to say shukran, shukran habibi, and ma salama. And if I can just use one phrase to sum up that the mace bearers often use, I shall now be taking my leave. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, Mr Dreen. On behalf of the council, I would like to offer Mr Wheeler the opportunity to address the council. Mr Wheeler.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to thank the Council for according me this honour today. It's been a privilege and for much of the time a pleasure to have served the people of first Sutton Ward and then St Budo. I started in local government in 1989 when I was elected to represent Sutton Ward on Devon County Council. I was chair of the Plymouth Community Health Council at the time. They don't exist anymore, but it's not my fault. And I expected to play a role in health and social services issues. My constituents thought otherwise. I got lots of phone calls and letters. There was no email then. And they were all about parking problems. Most came from residents of the Hoe, the Barbican city centre, but they came from all across the ward. Devon was experimenting with pay and display and residents' parking schemes at the time, and given the problems my constituents faced, I got involved, and that started my interest in transport issues. I was elected to the City Council in 1995, also for Sutton Ward. As I was a member of both the City Council and the County Council, I became chair of the Plymouth Joint Highways Committee. Over the next 3 years, we brought in over 20 residents' parking schemes and a lot of bus improvement measures, including bus lanes, bus borders to go with the low-floor buses that the operators were introducing then, and corporal park and ride. I think that was the golden age for improving sustainable transport in Plymouth, and it was mainly because the resources were there. After local government reorganisation in 1998, Plymouth got back its powers from Exeter, but alas, it didn't get too much funding to go with them. Resourcing for transport reduced, and for good reasons. Social services and education needed the money more. Progress on sustainable transport slowed, though there were significant achievements, including decriminalisation of parking offences and the 20-year bus shelter programme, which has just come to an end. I'm still proud of the permit parking schemes we brought in. They did a lot to improve the quality of life for residents who used to tear their hair out when they got home and couldn't find anywhere to park within half a mile of their home. I experienced the problem myself. I had a flat on the Hoe when I was first elected, and the difference between then and a couple of years later, after a permit parking scheme had been introduced, was amazing, although I'd moved by then. The transport sector is the largest contributor to our carbon footprint, so it does deserve greater priority. I realise the chaotic capital funding mechanisms from central government since 2010 has been the biggest impediment, but perhaps we could do a bit more. It's very unfortunate we got nothing from the £3 billion pot for bus improvement a couple of years ago, but our submission wasn't too imaginative. My offering was much better. I could be a bit biased in this assessment. Transport has been my major interest, but there have been others. For some months in 2011, my life was taken over by the incinerator proposal. I still think the planning decision was wrong, but I guess the Conservatives on the committee would have had to have been very brave to have voted against the proposal. I happened to be chair of Plymouth Labour Party at the time of the mayoral referendum, so I fronted up the opposition to that proposal. I didn't do the work, that was done by others, but I did have to agree the voting figures at the count, and I had to agree the adjudication of the spoilt ballot papers. Quite a few interesting ones of those, more than you usually get. As things have turned out, I think we have a mayor in all but name, except that she or he isn't elected by the city as a whole, but by a majority of the majority party. I think I was able to serve my constituents better during 1995 to 2000 than since 2003. Under the committee system, you could always find out what was planned for your ward, and you could always intervene. Both are very difficult now. It's no secret that I've had a few difficulties with the Labour group since 2003, and I've really enjoyed my last year as a member of the Green Party group. I've found the most rewarding aspect of council work has been in getting a satisfactory solution to a piece of casework. It doesn't always happen, but when the constituent is happy with the result, things seem worthwhile. I've spent over 30 years in local government, and by and large, I don't think it was a misspent youth. Lord Mayor, my thanks to you today and to the Council for according me this honour. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wheeler. I move on now to item number 4, the freedom of the city. Councillor Evans, I understand that you'll be introducing this motion.
Thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor. So, the Federation of Plymouth and District Ex-Services Association, to give it its full and proper title. And why is it here? It's here to maintain and promote cooperation between various ex-services associations. We wonder what would happen if it wasn't here, but everybody seems to get on with each other. But it plays a really important job. And, you know, furthering the cause of veterans in this city has been its long-held goal, and it is fantastic at reminding us just what a debt we owe. You know, they're able to help us with passing information between the public, the armed forces itself, other associations, other bodies. They are always there at ceremonial events of national importance to the association, and of course they're there for everybody. That's the other thing. No matter what how grand it is or how ordinary it is, they're there. And where would we be at our annual Remembrance Festival without them? It's important to acknowledge, really, the members of the Federation, because everybody's on this list. Royal Fleet Auxiliary, the Plymouth and District Branch, Commando Gunnery Group, the Ivy Bridge Branch of the Legion, the Saltash Branch of the Legion, the Aden Veterans Association, the Merchant Navy Association, Plymouth Branch, HMS Ganges, Devonport Division, the Royal Naval Association, Plymouth Branch, the Royal Naval Association, Saltash Branch, Far East Prisoners of War Association, and of course Plymouth and Devon Coldstream Guards. And of course, as well as the ceremonies and the remembrances, the Federation supports small local service charities and good causes. Most people will have seen them, though, out and about, because it arranges the attendance of association standard bearers at civic events and funerals. We've seen another example this morning, haven't we, at the raising of the Armed Services Day flag, and an impressive and poignant presence in all of those things. We couldn't wish for better support at these civic events. So it gives me great pleasure, it's a real honour to thank the Federation for their work throughout time and still today. And this is the least we can do to thank them. But it's a very prestigious honour that we are bestowing on a very prestigious organisation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Lugger, I understand that you wish to second the motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I too am full of admiration for this federation, and I was present today at the flag raising ceremony. I think Councillor Evans has succinctly explained how brilliant you are, and I'm very, very honoured and pleased to second that motion. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak on the motion? Thank you. We shall now move to the vote to pass this resolution of the Council to confer freedom of the city on the Federation of Plymouth and District Ex-Service Associations. Can I ask the Council to vote on this motion by raising your hand? All those in favour? Any against? Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Right, that's passed unanimously. On behalf of the council, I would like to offer Mr. Downing White the opportunity to address the council.
Pastor Downingwaite, the Vice President of the Federation, we are extremely delighted and extremely honoured to accept this nomination of Freedom of the City of Plymouth as a reward for all the hard work that the Federation and its delegates have done over many years in support of their veterans, serving forces and the serving forces families. And we're also extremely grateful for the continuing support that we actually get from Plymouth Council, and long may it continue. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Downing White. So that concludes the business for this extraordinary meeting, and we shall shortly move into our ordinary meeting of the council. Can we have just 2 minutes? Yep.
Granddaughter up there heckling. Yeah, I need the paper. It's my granddaughter. 6 months her first week. 6 months. Wow. Ideal. Yeah. Sorry. I know. Yeah. This away. Yay. I love a nostril. This is my brain. I mean, honestly, I must work on my technique. My Chardonnay.
Right, good afternoon, members, and welcome to this meeting of the full council. During the meeting, I will be making rulings on process and conduct during the meeting and would ask the council to abide by the standing orders and the rules of debate. We all enjoy robust and respectful debate, and today will be no different. I expect the highest standards of behaviour and will not hesitate to intervene immediately. I will, however, warn members should I feel that behaviour is inappropriate, and if successive warnings are required, I will ask you to leave the chamber. If members' speeches run over time allocated, I will allow you to finish your sentence, but ask that you finish as quickly as possible. At certain times, I may seek guidance from my advisors, should I feel the need to, and I will adjourn. I will inform council of what is happening at that time for us to reconvene. We will take a break later this afternoon until tea will be available in the reception room. I would like to take this opportunity to remind members that there is no local government equivalent to parliamentary privilege. Members will therefore be liable for any defamatory statements they make. If you wish to speak during the meeting, I would ask that you raise your hand and wait for me to invite you to speak. Please raise any points of order verbally. I will then pause the meeting to deal with a point of order. When raising a point of order, please state which procedure, rule or law you believe has been breached. All votes will be conducted from now on via the electronic voting system, with time available for you to cast your votes amended for 20 seconds. Thank you. Right, I move to item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've received apologies from Councillor Bingley, Councillor Sproston, Councillor Finn, and Councillor Mrs. Bridgen has now arrived. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Are there any further apologies? Thank you. Right, moving on to item number 2 on the agenda, the minutes of the previous meetings in March and May. Councillor Beer, I understand that you wish to make a correction to the minutes of the annual general meeting, and I understand that your correction is that the vote was not unanimous. Therefore, I am proposing that we delete the word unanimous from the meeting. Does anyone else wish to speak? No. I move then that the minutes of the meeting held in March and May this year are signed as a correct record. Deputy Lord Chair, where will you propose? You second the proposal? Thank you. Right, we move forward to the vote now. Please use the voting buttons on your unit. Green in favour, a red against, and amber for abstain. Okay, that's unanimous. Thank you very much. Right, I move to item number 3 on the agenda, declarations of interest. Can members please make it known by raising their hand, please, if they have any private or disclosable pecuniary interests in any of the matters in today's agenda. My advisor will take a record of the interest declared.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll start from my left. Councillor Evans. Councillor Evans.
Hello. I'd like to declare an interest in one of the motions on notice, please. It's a non-registrable interest, and I will be remaining in the chamber but not participating in the debate or vote.
Thank you. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. A declaration of interest in relation to The motion 10E, agenda item 10E, is the Live Well motion, that I will be leaving the chamber and won't be participating in the debate.
So you just need to confirm why you have an interest.
It's a registered, declaration on that, registered interest. Yeah, as I know, my partner's recently accepted a role within Live Well.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to declare an interest, a private interest, and I will be leaving the meeting, and that is the same as, I think it's 10E, the one on the NHS, and Live Well. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor, what's the nature of the interest?
My son works there.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Similarly, motion 10E of a wider member of the family who works for Live Well, so it's a non-registrable interest.
Are there any further interests? Thank you, members. I move on to item number 4, appointments to committees and outside bodies. Please could I ask the Council to agree the changes to the committee membership as detailed in the supplement pack and the order paper. Deputy Lord Mayor, can I ask that you second the motion? Thank you, Deputy Lord Mayor. Does any member wish to speak? Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please use the voting buttons on your unit. Green for in favour, red against, and amber to abstain. The motion is carried. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you. That remains carried. I move on to item number 5, questions from members of the public. There are 10 questions from the members of the public today, of which 3 of those members are here. The remaining 7 questions we will respond by post. Thank you. Right. The first question is special educational needs. First question is from Grace Strickland and concerns special educational needs provision. Grace would like to speak and ask your question. Grace, would you like to address the council?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The shortage of SEM places has caused a huge gap in provision within the city. When will the council and public be informed of the outlined planned investment to pay for the extra places required? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cresswell, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Grace, for your question. And I think we actually met and spoke together outside the chamber back in April when you were there with other parents, grandparents and their children. The majority of our children with an educational healthcare plan are educated in mainstream schools, forming approximately 2.5% of the mainstream school population. Our maintained special schools are full, and we have a plan for short-term expansion and a strategy for medium and long-term expansion of special places. These need to go alongside the approaches used by the council, our schools, and multi-academy trusts to ensure mainstream schools are and continue to be as inclusive as possible for children with SEND, that's special educational needs. In short term, the council is using government grant to expand Canbridge School. Funding is being used to provide modular classrooms for an additional 16 children from January 2024. We expect and need to have the specific plans agreed by the end of 2023. We will be working with our special schools and with our MATs to take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cresswell. I'll move on to the next question. Now this is voter ID. The next question is from Ryan Aldred and concerns voter ID. Mr. Aldred, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let's try and get through this without swearing, shall we, Tudor? I know of 6 incidences of voter suppression in the May local elections thanks to new voter ID laws. Will you, as leader of the council, write to the Secretary of State for levelling up housing and communities to demand this disenfranchising, undemocratic law be overturned? I also noticed the Conservatives didn't bring their ID with them today.
Thank you very much. Have a vote. Councillor Evans, would you like to respond?
The Council agreed in March to undertake a review of the impact of voter ID and report to the September Audit and Governance Committee. And following that review, we'll make further representations. I've also raised this issue myself at the Local Government Association on a number of occasions, and I'll continue to do that in the course of the next few months. You might want to watch the webcast where I really provoked people about it. But I can do that because I'm elected, of course. Particularly as a further raft of needless changes in relation to absent voting, overseas electors and EU citizens voting and candidacy rights are expected to come into force in advance of the 2024 elections. So in other words, there's a load more of this voter suppression coming in September, and we need to be, in my view, resistant to it, particularly as the voter authentication or authority certificate has been a disaster with a tiny percentage of people actually applying for it. The other thing that can't be counted is the number of people, not who were turned away, but didn't turn up at all and were put off because they didn't have this hurdle to climb to vote. It's the first time that election officials have had the job on polling day to stop people from voting rather than encourage and help them to vote. So we've got to stop this. And I'll continue to make my opposition to these changes known in every single avenue that's available to me.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Moving on to the next question, which concerns bus shelters. Mr. Wheeler, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The 2 bus shelters inbound at St Budo Square were removed last June in 2022 to allow major works to start in August 2022. That work has still not started. When will it start? And if that is not imminent, will you consider providing temporary shelters until then, please? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wheeler. Councillor Coker, would you like to respond?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Wheeler, for your... Mr. Wheeler, sorry, fraudulent slip there, George. Construction of the transport improvements at St Budo, including installations of the shelters, are scheduled to commence from September this year. PCC does not own any of its bus shelters, and neither does it have any temporary shelters. It is also not possible to source a temporary shelter in the intervening 2-month period. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Coker. Right, the remaining questions are from members of the public who are unable to join us today. As such, the answers to those questions will be sent to them, including the answer, and they will be included in the minutes. That concludes questions from members of the public. I move on to item number 6. This is announcements. My announcements are, it is with sadness that I formally report the passing of Alderman Ted Fry, who died in Derriford Hospital on the 29th of May 2023. Alderman Fry was elected for the Compton Ward in 1992 and until 2018 serving continuously as a Conservative Plymouth City Councillor for 26 years. He has the honour of serving as Deputy Lord Mayor in 1995 and 1996. Through his political career, he has served on many committees, including as Cabinet Member and Deputy Leader, Chair of Scrutiny Committees and the Mount Edgecombe Joint Committee. In recognition of his years of service, Ted was appointed to Alderman in 2018. Ted was held in the highest esteem by councillors and officers and will be greatly missed. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family. Would Council please stand and join with me in a minute's silence in memory of Alderman Ted Fry. Thank you very much. Please sit. Moving on to Planning Awards 2023. I am pleased to announce that our Plymouth and South Devon Joint Local Plan has just won an award for the innovative use of digital technology in our My Place, My Views consultation, which ran last year. The My Place, My View survey has provided us with lots of useful information about and local knowledge about our city. It has helped improve our understanding of residents' experiences of accessing facilities and services. And the views shared with us will now directly form our future approach to the joint local plan and conversations across our services. Congratulations to the joint local plan team and all those involved in this special project winning the category for Best Use of Digital Technology in Planning last week at the Planning Awards of 2023. Please join me in a round of applause. Thank you. I'll now move to the well to present some of the awards. For this one? Yeah. All right, Transportation Project of the Year. The Platinum Parkway, also known as the Forder Valley Link Road, was named the Transformation Project of the Year in this year's Chartered Institute of Highways Transportation Southwest Regional Awards. The recently opened scheme is one of Plymouth's biggest ever improvement schemes and has created a much needed alternative route between the A38 and the north of the city, and it's good to use. It was also a project that brought about many wider benefits to the local community. 85% of the workforce was local. £18.5 million was spent with small, medium-sized enterprises, and hundreds of hours were spent volunteering in the local community. I would like to invite Sarah McVie to receive the award on behalf of the Strategic Transport Team. Please join me in a round of applause. I move on to the Kickstart Awards. Plymouth's Natural Grid is a partnership project between Plymouth City Council, the National Trust and the Real Ideas organisation, which aims to make nature more accessible to residents. This innovative Plymouth apprenticeship scheme received recognition at the National Kickstart Awards. I know Councillor Dan was especially keen to present this award during her time as Lord Mayor, and today this is the first time I'm afraid that we're able to do it. The Kickstart scheme is a nationwide placement programme for people between 18 and 24 years of age, out of formal employment, education or training, and at risk of long-term unemployment. The apprentices work with the Plymouth National Grid on a 6-month nature-based placements, and the Kickstart apprentices get dug into practical conservation work with training in a variety of outdoor and natural skills in our urban ranges, including tree planting, coppicing, woodland thinning, public engagement, dead hedging and invasive species management. The team won Promoting Diversity and Inclusion Award at the National Kickstart Awards. And I would like to invite Chris Advent to receive the award on behalf of Plymouth National Grid Apprenticeship Scheme. Please, thank you. We move on to Leader and Cabinet announcements. Leader, do you have any announcements?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just so happens, I do. Obviously, the first announcement is that the City of Plymouth Council is now under new management. And I would like to, in my first opportunity, to thank the voters of Plymouth for turning up under very difficult circumstances, as we've heard. It's been harder to vote this year than at any time that any of us can remember, probably since the advent of universal suffrage, and it's going to get worse. The problem is, for things like that, is that the legitimacy does get questioned. And so we won, and we won well, but I preferred it if more people who wanted to vote could have voted. I think we all gain strength from that. The problem we're going to have is if these measures come in and are still in by the time of the general election, people would have broken the habit of voting. And that's an hard habit to get back once it's happened. So I think, you know, all power to parliamentarians who are resisting this and parliamentarians who are not resisting this, shame on you. I'd like to make an announcement about Armada Way, if I could. As you know, we inherited literally a right old mess in the heart of our city. Now, we've been in charge for less than a month, and whilst Rome was not built in a day, we've achieved more in the last few weeks than has been achieved in the last few months. We said we'd get stalled schemes moving, and we have. So first off, exactly 1 month ago today, I overturned the decision of the previous leader in relation to the Armada Way scheme. That scheme will not be implemented, period. I hope people can understand that. I've said it several times, and it'd be really good if that could be repeated on social media and in the broadcast media. We've started to listen to businesses and stakeholders, Lord Mayor. We've started to properly listen to them and what they want. Last month, I personally met with a number of businesses in Armada Way to hear their views and concerns. I think a fair summary of their views would be, can you move the fencing back? Can you tidy up the area as quickly as possible? And can you blooming well just get on with the delivery of the regeneration of Armada Way? Because they support it. Developing a new scheme, we're working on with officers on proposals for a new scheme. Not an entirely new scheme, but there adjustments have to be made because I gave the pledge that the trees that have been retained will be retained. I don't know how many times I have to say that. I've been seeing protesters here today who clearly haven't heard me say it in words of one syllable, so let me say it again. I might use a few more than one syllable to say it, but we are keeping the trees, we are retaining the trees. That's to comply with the wishes of the court, and that's what we're going to do. It means, though, that the scheme as proposed will have to have some adjustments due to the trees being in the way of some of the elements. So we'll be redesigning those parts of the scheme that need redesigning in order to effectively deliver that scheme. The other thing is to say that we've had thousands of representations already during the consultation and the expanded consultation process. Don't forget, we've got all of those views to take into account as well. But as I say, we're going to I've commissioned the officers to have an extended area for children's play in the new scheme. The scheme, the play area that was proposed in there was far too small, far too modest. We can actually do something substantial, hopefully to use some of the trees that were felled as part of that project, but I want the dwell time in the middle of the city centre to be about children and about play. We're also going to improve the seating, and we're going to get rid of some of the clutter that was in that scheme. It's always the case in Plymouth City Centre, when somebody sees a space, they have to fill it with something, and that isn't always necessary. One of the great things about Plymouth City Centre's redesign in the post-war era was the wide open spaces. That was the American grid system. That was the vision for it. So you don't have to fill every bit of space with something in order for it to be significant. So what we're going to do is provide some taxpayer value there, local taxpayer value, by not filling it up. I keep talking about giant chess as a metaphor, you know, as being one example of a project that we wouldn't want to see the light of day, because I don't know about you, but I'd have a bet on how many weeks it would take for giant chess pieces to find themselves into students' bedrooms rather than on the chessboard in the middle of town. So, you know, we're not going to do stuff like that. But what we are going to have stuff, in keeping with the vision, is to have stuff of quality so that we attract people to the city centre and ultimately to spend money with the businesses in our city centre. We're going to take a new approach to engagement. That won't surprise you, Lord Mayor, I'm sure, on the new proposed scheme. So we'll be asking the public, stakeholders and business for their views. We've engaged an independent external engagement consultant. These are specialists to make sure that people of Plymouth have the opportunity to express their views. I'm going to announce further information on that in the next couple of weeks. We've started the clean-up. We know that the city centre is a mess. The legal injunction, and I'm going to blame the nesting birds as well, make it difficult for us to clean up the whole site without careful planning and arrangements, right? These take time. So those trees that are in the middle have to stay there until the end of the bird nesting season. Okay, we just can't move them. But there is much we can do around it, removal of the tree stumps and various other issues, which we can do because we commissioned an ecologist report to enable us to monitor the state of those tree stumps. Because it isn't just a question of even them out. You have to do an ecological survey on them as well. So me and Councillor Lowry and Councillor Coker had a little wander around with senior officials and representatives from the city centre company. And since we did that, we've tidied up the raised beds, we've introduced a washing regime for the surfaces, made progress on tackling graffiti and fly posting removal, and installed 13 much needed temporary benches which were being asked for by all sorts of people, dealing with people who are elderly and people who need to sit down a bit more often than everybody else. On Friday last week, we pulled back sections of the Harris fencing to create more space, making it easier for people to navigate Armada Way in that section. The direct request of businesses, we've also created a crossover between one side of Armada Way and another, between Baby Ruse and Oggy Oggy. And so you can now go across Armada Way much easier. That's important to those businesses and the businesses on both sides, but it's also important for shoppers. And it will help with the forthcoming events and festivals that we've got in the city centre. So the tree stumps are going to go in the next 2 weeks. That's really significant as well, because then it'll start to reveal exactly what that project's all about, really. And then we'll be able to move the fencing even further back. And then, but it's just to remember, and this is for Straw's benefit, because they keep pushing rubbish out on their social media. This process is covered by the injunction, so we are bound to follow the process established by the court on this, but we are moving as fast as we can, having undertaken the necessary ecological assessment. So just to say to councillors who are thinking of jumping on the bandwagon with Straw, okay, just be careful about that. There is stuff that the court is insisting that we have to do, and we have to stick to that. Move to end the JR and the injunction. So obviously we'll do all we can over the next few months to clean up the site, as I've said, and consult on a new scheme, as I've said. However, the pending JR is a dark cloud over the future of Armada Way and is unnecessary and academic in our view. Now we've made that decision to undo the previous decision. The legal process is costing taxpayers thousands and thousands of pounds. So we want to, on this side, to get that out of the way as quickly as possible. There is nothing to be gained by that JR moving forward. Everybody knows what happened. Everybody knows what happened, and it's costing taxpayers lots of money. So I'm going to say this as simply as I can, and again, I'll say this to Straw, and I'll say it to the bandwagon jumpers in this chamber. The legal action is based on a redundant decision. It is based on a decision that I have overturned. It's off the table. It's been binned. And to continue with the Pythonesque, it has ceased to be. Whatever phrase you want to use, that decision is no more. We must now move on. We must avoid any further taxpayers' money being wasted on legal action. We must sort out Armada Way for the benefit of the whole city. Last week, we asked the claimant to withdraw their legal action. They agreed, but subject to conditions. In our opinion, those conditions went way beyond and above what would have been requested by the court itself. We tried our hardest to be reasonable and flexible with the claimant, but we could not agree with them despite our best efforts. So we have now asked the court directly to consider our application to withdraw the JR and the injunction, which we're allowed to do. We obviously await their view, but I'm advised by legal colleagues that this could take months. I regret that and the actions of the claimant. Looking forward, we must now, as I say, move on. And our administration on this side has every intention of doing so. We will continue to do what we can to clean up Armada Way within the constraints of the injunction and the legal protection of nesting birds. We will consult on a new scheme. We will work at pace because we know how important a rejuvenated city centre is to businesses and to local people. And then we'll make a final decision, taking account of all the previous consultations and the result of the further consultation. And once we're in a position to make a fully informed decision, we will do that and we'll get on with it. The future of Plymouth City Centre is in our hands. The rest is, unfortunately, in the hands of the court. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just wanted to make the council aware of some announcements that were made at the Cabinet that you might not have heard about. Firstly, a £19 million investment in Derriford. I signed an executive decision to unlock a project started by Labour but stalled by the Conservatives. I approved the next phase of the Derriford District Centre from our Property Regeneration Fund. That'll see Marks and Spencer getting a new store which would be double the size of the current one with over 100 jobs once the store is completed, and 100 construction jobs in the meantime. And this is fantastic, following up really the work we did to secure the range in 2019. So that district centre is going to be really singing within the next 12 months. We were really delighted with the PwC award for good growth. 5th highest in the UK, Lord Mayor, which is fantastic. Building, of course, on the work we started during COVID with the Resurgam Charter and the good growth and quality growth, which values the type of job as well as the actual job itself. National Marine Park capital investment, I've reported really that we're going to start work on a number of capital projects as soon as we get approvals, but we'll have to submit approvals to Horizon and National Lottery to do that. There'll be work at Mountbatten to try and regenerate the Mountbatten Water Sports Centre there. That's going to be fantastic. And at Mount Edgecombe, on the other side of the National Marine Park, we're going to get on with regenerating the battery there as well and making that pretty fabulous. I also attended first meeting of Freeport, which I've been allowed to attend. I've got, obviously, my predecessors have been able to do it, yourself included. I wanted to make sure, because I wasn't clear from the agenda that they really grasped the opportunities of the Celtic Array. Things are moving really quickly on this. There's even talk about the Celtic Array being plugged into South Wales rather than into Cornwall. And if that's the case, we're going to miss out on multi-billion pounds of investment. So the chair has agreed to my request that we start making real hard representations now on the state of the national grid in the peninsula, which is a fundamental prerequisite to us plugging in new supplies. I'll leave a number of other investments, but I suppose I want to give somebody else a chance. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Do any other Cabinet members have any announcements? If so, please make it known by raising your hand and we'll call you in turn to speak. Councillor Lang.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I apologise for the quality of my voice. I think the hay fever is actually trying to finish me off this year. I'll first start by talking about family hubs. In March 2021, the Labour administration in Plymouth signed up to developing family hubs over the next 10 years to change early help services for a generation of the city's children and young people. We are one of 75 local authorities chosen across the country, and we will receive just under £3.5 million over 2.5 years to April 2025 to transform the offer in the city, integrating services and community support into a local response for our families. Our children's centres are a critically important part of this change. They currently work with families with children aged 0 to 5, but are evolving into the core of the new offer of support. We celebrated recently the launch of the first 4 family hubs in Plymouth, in Barn Barton at the Barn, Catdown nominee, and in Plympton, and I attended the opening of the hub at Four Greens in Whitley. This is just the beginning of our Family Hub's journey. The first steps of the project are to strengthen the advice, support and courses from pregnancy through to 4 years old, so families can give their children the very best start for life. And now I'd like to move on to talk a little bit about the box. And I wanted to mark a very special milestone that 500,000 people have now visited the box. This is on the back of an amazing year where we welcomed just short of 250,000 visitors. And I think there are two factors here that make this even more special. Our old museum welcomed, on average, 80,000 visitors a year. So this is a huge step up. And two, we opened during COVID, and for the first 18 months, the box opened with restrictions. Most new attractions have a brilliant year and then plateau, so it's just fantastic to see the box visitor numbers growing. I want to talk a little bit about the box summer programme, which is called Summer of Colour and Light. And I wanted to trail the new summer season, and it's going to open on the 24th of June. We have 3 shows under the banner of Summer of Light and Colour, built around the 300th anniversary of Joshua Reynolds, who founded the Royal Academy. And I found out the other day, did you know, Lord Mayor, he spoke all of his life with a broad Jana accent. Even when he was in London mixing with the great and the good, he retained his Jana way of talking. We also have an exhibition from Rana Begum, a 21st century Royal Academician, and the story of Solomon Hart, and a picture lost in our archives for 100 years by the most important 19th century Jewish artist, again a Royal Academician and a Plymouthian. The current president of the Royal Academy, Rebecca Salter, who is the first female president, will be coming to Plymouth to open the show. And on Wednesday, I'm excited to tell you about a visit that is coming from the LGA Culture Board. The board have chosen to visit Plymouth to hear about our cultural journey and will be hosted at Market Hall, TR2 and the Box. It's a really, really prestigious visit. I'm really looking forward to it. And I'll finish off with Armed Forces Week. The Armed Forces flag was raised this morning following a ceremony at the Guildhall. The flag will be flown all week, and this is an opportunity to celebrate our armed forces and to say thank you to all our military for all that they do. On Thursday, we're extremely privileged to support the Rehabilitation Triathlon, hosted by the Royal Navy Recovery Centre, Haslar, sponsored by ACOM and the Royal Marines Charity. This is an adaptive triathlon with around 200 service personnel on recovery duties and veterans competing. The triathlon will start with a swim at Tinside Lido at 11 a.m, followed by cycle time trials and static rowing on the Hoe. There will be local children performing on stage from 4 p.m. with an award ceremony at 5. On Saturday, we'll be celebrating Armed Forces Day on Plymouth Hoe in association with Babcock. And as well as a packed day of interactive activities, parades, demonstrations, and entertainment for all to enjoy, I'm thrilled to announce here that there will also be a fly past from the Red Arrows, which will take place at 11:18 a.m. From 5 p.m, there'll be a free evening concert on the main stage with performances from local musicians and bands, including Dr. Oz, Shane Brierley, The Vibes, Jessica and the Rabbits, and Rockefeller. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lang. The next one is Councillor Hayden. There is less than 9 minutes left for all your announcements. Thank you.
I promise to be quick, Lord Mayor. Thank you. I'm really pleased to announce that Plymouth City Council was granted a small amount of funding of just over 11,000 from the University of Plymouth Safer Streets for a home office bid. This will make changes to the environment to make it safer. There is other issues. So one other thing that they're going to be using the funding for is taxi marshals at North Hill, taxi rank, and this will be from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. on a Saturday and Sunday mornings. This will start on the 15th of July to the 24th of September. This was based on a referral from Devon and Cornwall Police, which raised concerns about violence against women and girls incidents in the area during these times. This is also timed to include the freshers period. The taxi marshals previously have been found them to be really effective at preventing antisocial behaviour and disorder with the nighttime economy. The next part of the funding would be to improve the reformed beach on the Hoe. There has often been hotspots of antisocial behaviour. Colleagues in street services will be leading a number of improvements to physically environment, including removing graffiti, rubbish, cleaning weeds, overgrowing bushes, painting railings, and giving the area a really deep clean, and working with Plymouth artists together to paint a mural. The third one would be for safer community consultation equipment. This will enable them to be able to purchase a gazebo, table and chairs and signage. This will really help with the Antisocial Awareness Week event that is due to start in July. I'll leave it there, Lord Mayor, because I know there might be other people, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayden. Councillor Brysdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Plymouth City Council recognises the need to take rapid and decisive action locally to tackle climate change. As the portfolio holder for environment and climate change, I'm already working to ensure that we are doing all that we possibly can as a council to be on track for net zero, while seeking devolved powers and commensurate funding to move faster towards that 2030 deadline. This is an enormous challenge that will not be possible without collaboration. That is why today I'm delighted to confirm that we have committed our support to UK 100, which is a network of the most ambitious local authorities in the country on net zero. In alignment with the UK 100 pledges, Plymouth City Council will actively monitor our progress and report on carbon emissions annually for Scope 1 and Scope 2 for council emissions and citywide emissions. We are committed to limiting the use of carbon offsets to reach our goal, whilst developing our own localised nature-based offsets that will contribute to mitigating the biodiversity crisis. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Do any other Cabinet members or chairs of committees have any announcements? Please raise your hands. Thank you very much. Right, we move on now to item number 7, which is the Corporate Plan 2023 to 2026. Councillor Evans, would you like to propose the recommendations?
I would indeed, Lord Mayor, I would indeed. So I'm particularly pleased to be able to introduce the Council's revised corporate plan today. Those of you with long memories may recall that back in 2013, it was a Labour administration that dispensed with the many pages of verbiage that used to make up the Council's corporate plan. A lot of time used to be spent by officers on a document that really didn't get much of a readership. So we spent the time then developing a vision for the city that could be shared, values that we all agreed should be the core of the way in which we act, and a series of priorities for the Council's activities that inform our planning, our decision making, and how we spend money and time. The result was a plan on a page, which is recognisable by all of us and a lot easier to understand. We took the decision back then to boil the corporate plan down to the really important elements, and then make sure that all of our members, our staff, and our partner organisations really understood what was in it and why, and most importantly, that everyone in the city can see our vision, our values, and our priorities, so they can judge us on how well we live up to them. The vision for Britain's Ocean City to be one of Europe's most vibrant waterfront cities, where an outstanding quality of life is enjoyed by everyone, has been adopted by all of our key city partners and has stood the test of time well. It's as relevant now as it was then, still an inspiration, still an aspiration, but the right one for our city and for our administration. We've spent time looking again at the values that we believe should govern the way the council acts. These have to be more than words on a page, Lord Mayor. So we've tried to be clearer about what we mean when we say we believe in democracy, we believe in responsibility, we believe in fairness, and we believe in cooperation. These values have to underpin the way in which we and council officials work, and we have to be prepared to be judged on whether we succeed or not. Clearly, there will always be people who disagree with our approach or our decisions, but it should not prevent us from remaining a values-driven organisation. We campaigned hard and were re-elected on Labour's 5 pledges to building a better Plymouth. So it's right and proper that these are reflected in the corporate plan alongside our commitments to keeping children safe and adults safe and communities safe. So I'll go through them quickly. Crime and antisocial behaviour will work with the police in Plymouth to tackle the rising tide of antisocial behaviour and crime. Potholes and cleaner streets will improve the speed and number of potholes filled and create a clean team to clamp down fly tipping, litter and graffiti. New homes will get house building going in Plymouth again for social rent and affordable ownership, and green investment, we're perfectly placed to benefit from that. We'll help companies to create those jobs. And finally, health will work with the NHS to tackle the waiting list for GPs and dentists. Now, we know the impact of the continuing cost of living crisis has on our communities, and we want to commit the council to doing what it can to minimise this, both through our own policies and decisions and also through our ability to influence others. So as you can see, Lord Mayor, it might only be 1 page, but there's an awful lot on that page. The plan was approved at Cabinet on the 12th of June 2023, and subject to full council's formal approval, the corporate plan will be displayed in all our buildings and referenced in all our reports and decisions. I hope you will all feel able to support the recommendations on page 2 of your papers, that the council agrees that the revised corporate plan 23-26 is adopted as part of the council's policy framework. I so move.
Thank you very much, Councillor Evans. Councillor Lang, I understand that you'll be seconding the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to formally second this motion. I don't have much to add to what Councillor Evans said, but I would draw people's attention to what I think is the central plank of this plan, to make Plymouth the best place in which to grow up and which to grow old. I think it's an ambitious and important aim, and I hope we can all work together to make it so. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Would anybody else like to speak on this item? Thank you. Councillor Evans, would you like to sum up?
Please support the motion.
Well, we'll move to the vote now. Please, using your voting buttons on the unit. Green is for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. All right, the vote is carried. Moving on now to item number 8, Provisional Capital and Revenue Outturn Report of 2022-23. Councillor Lowry, would you like to introduce the report?
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. As you say, this is the Capital and Revenue Report for the last financial year, so that's ending in March of this year. And I'm in a slightly strange but not unusual position of having to report on a previous Conservative administration's financial position. However, I will do my best, and Lord Mayor, if I get into trouble, I'm sure you can assist me, as this was your area of responsibility last year. We must also remember, though, that the budget we're actually referring to was actually the previous administration but one. So when Mr. Kelly was the leader of the council. So I know it's all strange times, but that is actually the year in which we're looking at. So just to remind everybody. So we've heard on numerous occasions that it was a very challenging year all round. There is a cost of living crisis. There is still rampant inflation, soaring energy cost, and demands for services are being outstripped in some areas by the budget that is available. But despite this, there is some good news in that the budget has been balanced this year. And I'm sure many of you will be aware that this is actually a legal requirement for council to do so. But nevertheless, it is a difficult task, to say the least. And I would like to thank all members and officers for their contribution in achieving this outcome. So I'll just briefly go to some of the numbers for context, because these are important. We're talking about a nil variance against a gross expenditure budget of some £540 million. And working balances have not been touched this year, and they remain at £4.8 million. The council has overcome some £20 million of additional in-year costs, with directorate savings in excess of £11 million. There has been a drawdown of reserves of some £7.9 million. These are usable reserves, and it is not unusual for us to do so, but this is a large amount of money in this year. And once they're spent, of course, Lord Mayor, that's it, they're gone, and they can't be used in future years. There was also a requirement to use £1.1 million of corporate adjustments, including switching revenue costs to capital. This is not unusual. The People's Directorate came in on budget, but did have to cover an overspend in bed and breakfast provision to a cost of £1.2 million. The Place Directorate overcame £3.9 million of additional pressure, mainly due to energy costs. And the Customer Services and Corporate Department overspent by £1.1 million, reflecting the additional energy costs for the estate itself. And Children's Services reported an overspend of £6 million against a £62 million budget. Moving on to capital, the budget for the financial year we're referring to was £189 million, and the actual expenditure during that year was £86 million, representing a 46% expenditure. Throughout this year, the capital programme has experienced many challenges, not least inflation, supply chain disruption, which we're seeing continuing, labour shortage, and the construction industry struggling to provide the skills it needs to take many of these projects forward. So as I've said, a challenging year. We might have approached it somewhat differently, but we'll get that opportunity to explain in the future. But I think it is very important that we do thank the officers and members involved in achieving this outcome, and managing the city's finances is a massive task and shouldn't be underestimated. And Lord Mayor, this report will now go to scrutiny and to the Audit and Governance Committee for further consideration, but for today, it's here for noting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. Yes, I remember the year well. Councillor Darcy, I understand that you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now, or would you like to reserve your right?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I am seconding the report. I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Councillor Lugger.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Before I briefly comment on the outturn report, I guess it would be amiss of me not to formally congratulate Councillor Evans on his elevation from shadow leader to leader. Over the last 30 years, I think you've made that transition a few times, have you not? And you certainly have a cabinet there of political heavyweights, many of whom I've had the pleasure of working with on committee in the previous year. I'm sure you will agree that it was the hard work of the previous Conservative administration that has laid the healthy foundations upon which the new Labour administration sits. We brought you Cell GP. We brought you £20 million worth of investment down at Brickfields, and not to mention, of course, the Conservative government's funding of the Colin Campbell Court development. Now, may I say, I leave it in your good offices indeed, to continue that excellent work. Otherwise, the people of Plymouth will be watching and they will be keeping the home fires burning for a new Conservative administration. Now, the budget. Now, last year's budget. We reduced the £37.5 million budget deficit to balancing the books. Many local authorities across the country were either bankrupt or going into special measures. So we have given you a legacy. Now, I appreciate the outturn report relates to the previous period, but it is a balanced Tory outcome. So, do we now give the people of Plymouth a few more windfalls? I mean, you abolish the charges at Mount Wise Pool, maybe a few more. Otherwise, they will be keeping the home fires burning for a new Conservative administration. Now, Lord Mayor, I do wish, in all earnest, the other side a great deal of luck with this. No, you've done exceedingly well. But it is an observation that no council in this country ever flourishes when its economic policy is in the jaws of Labour control. We will keep the home fires burning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lugger. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, members of the council. It is difficult for Councillor Lowry to be having to talk for a budget he wasn't responsible, albeit he was responsible for an amendment to the budget. And just for the record, Councillor Kelly and his administration formulated the budget, but we've not implemented it because the coup took place at that budget meeting. So for the record, because the record is an important one, because the record, when Councillor Lowry in the report says the capital programme had a value of £189 million, and actually we spent 86 million. And the consequences are that budget would have meant that borrowing to fund that capital programme would have been taken into account in the revenue budget. So to finance £86 million of the capital programme, 30%, 26 million, was through council tax. And so, you know, Conservative members sit on the left, and you indeed yourself, Lord Mayor, might be patting yourself on the back, but actually it's a bad application of the budget. To try and set a budget with an aspiration, quite rightly, of spending 189 million and only spending 86, you should be ashamed of yourselves. Because what you've done through the revenue budget is anticipated borrowing more money than you ever could spend, implementing decisions that have hurt all the people that we represent on the streets of this city unnecessarily. So don't in any way, Lord Mayor, and members that have been responsible for implementing the budget think you did a good job, because you didn't. And actually, I hope very much that the knowledge and stewardship that Councillor Larry's had in the past, he will bear in mind moving forward that over-egging the capital programme does have implications. So I think it's well worth lessons learned. We take that into account. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Darcy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I'm very pleased to second this report for noting. I very much welcome the outturn report as presented by Councillor Lowry, and share with him the report does not in any way shy away from the difficulty of the year in terms of the savings that was required. The report actually, I think, candidly addresses how difficult the financial year was. As you will remember, Lord Mayor has already pointed out, you of course were very much in the seat. I too would like to acknowledge and very much thank and congratulate all of the staff throughout the council. It's very much the staff that report to the officers, senior officers and Tracy Lee, who have delivered these numbers, very much led by the Conservative group in administration at that time. And I think the efforts that the council staff have gone to cannot be overstated in the circumstances. And for delivering the balanced budget, despite unprecedented is a word that has been bandied around for the last few years, but these are very difficult, unprecedented financial times. And the pressures, the report highlights some of those significant pressures, and Councillor Lowry was right to alight on those. The impact of inflation, of course, had a significant pressure on the budget. Costs increase as we continue to have to deal with those in Councillor Lowry will have that very much on his radar. And overcoming, of course, £20 million of additional in-year costs, despite the initial saving, which has been recognised by the leader of the Conservative group. It's probably these types of results under a Conservative-led administration that shores up continued support from the government. We heard very recently that the Conservative government continue to have confidence in Plymouth delivering, and continue to have us successfully bid for grants and underfunding. The report covers that, and acknowledging that the confidence of the government in Plymouth's ability to deliver. In summary, and seconding this, and I defer to Councillor Lowry's vast experience in managing the finances in this council. I'm very confident in Councillor Lowry's ability to repeat successes of this type. And of course, as Councillor Lugger says, he's starting from a very positive platform, which we will call a very positive Conservative legacy. So very much happy to second this, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillors, we will leave this report as noted. Thank you. Oh, sorry.
I wasn't going to say much, Lord Mayor, but then he baited me, you see.
Yes, I know.
Right. So just for the record, Lord Mayor, because he referred to Conservative councils and Labour councils, and the stewardship is far better under Conservative councils, was his implication. I'd ask him to remember, only one council in this country has issued a Section 141 notice, and that's a Tory Woking council. So that clearly didn't work out, did it, for you? And so I'm just going to correct Councillor Nicholson, because she referred to borrowing. You're entirely right, we do borrow money, but most of the money we borrow for the capital programme, we borrow on a daily basis. So each morning we effectively go back to the market and borrow the money that we need for the next day. So it's an overnight rate. And most of that money we borrow from other local authorities. So therefore, if you're actually spending less on your capital programme, you're not necessarily incurring a direct cost to you for borrowing. But nevertheless, the whole point of a capital programme is to set out your ambitions on behalf of the council and what you wish to deliver them. So in an ideal world, you would like to deliver as much as you possibly can. But that said, Lord Mayor, I will once again refer to the thanks of this council to yourself and the other members and the officers who have worked hard to achieve this objective. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lowry. Councillors, the report is noted. Thank you. Moving on. I move on to item number 9, which is designation of statutory chief officers. I would like to propose that the recommendations within the report are agreed. Deputy Lord Mayor, would you second? Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak on the item? Thank you. Thank you very much. I suggest that we move straight to the vote. Buttons green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. There we go. Thank you. That's motion's carried. I move on now to motions on notice. Armada Way. We now move to item 10, where the City Council will consider the motions from councillors in accordance with Part B, paragraph 14 of the Constitution. The first motion is 10A and concerns Armada Way. Councillor Lugger, would you like to propose your motion?
I thank you, Lord Mayor. I beg to move the motion before Council today. The terms of the motion are simple and straightforward. They are not brought to cause mischief in any way. I acknowledge the destination that the Labour administration is taking this. I merely wish to influence the direction of that way. The people of Plymouth need clarity. Despite this beleaguered exterior, I do remember the days before the pedestrianisation programme in Plymouth City Centre, but I don't remember the Abercrombie plan, I have to say. The whole area was bustling. There was very few empty shops, and despite the fact that the Courts furniture shop had a closing down sale that went on for about 4 years, the place had very few voids. People's shopping habits have, of course, changed over the years. With the advent of online shopping, and of course COVID didn't help, the whole spectrum looks very different. But please remember that this is a key trading area, and nobody will invest in it looking like a mess. The whole Armada Way project, in one form or another, and we hear what you say, in one form or another, is necessary not only to attract future investment, but to protect the livelihoods of those traders who have suffered a massive downturn in profits since this thing has happened. I tell you now, there are various shops in the area who cannot assign their commercial leases until such time as there's some clarity and resolution. My second serious concern is service media. Now, anybody interested in site acquisition and development would be keen to know that the service media, by that, I mean wires, cables, conduits, fibre optics, drains and sewers, must be capacious enough to take new additional units. So how are we going to repurpose the top half of Armada Way and Homes England's drive for new housing unless we get the project on the way and get new service media underneath the ground? That then brings me on to my final and most important point. Underneath Armada Way, there is a combined sewer. Now, when the rain falls, it falls on the hardened surfaces and drains into the combi sewer, thus flooding it on some occasions. The new Armada Way project, in one form or another, must have the SUDS system which was proposed for it to divert rainwater into the system to avoid it going into the combi sewer and flooding it. Now, I have 2 letters before me, and I will make them readily available to members afterwards. There's a letter from South West Water and a letter from the Environment Agency when this scheme was going ahead. I'll just read you the relevant extracts. The first one's from South West Water. It's dated the 20th of December 2022. It says, the redevelopment of Armada Way represents a once-in-a-generation opportunity for storm runoff from impermeable areas historically connected directly to the combined sewer to be separated out and to be dealt with in a sustainable way. It then goes on to say, the city centre area is the largest single area paved area connected to the combined sewer in the Plymouth Central catchment area. The removal of this flow from the combined sewage system through sustainable drainage elements of the new public realm project will have significant benefits across the entire city. Then, the letter from the Environment Agency supports this. It's dated the 23rd of December 2022. It states, the environmental outcomes from these works are to support the aim of decreasing surface water flood risk by providing a new surface water drainage system for the city centre. This in turn will allow surface water to be separated from the existing combined drainage system, which will result, and this is the bit, Lord Mayor, this will result in less sewage spills into the sea, which will lead to better bathing water quality, and the outcomes support the city centre with its maritime park status. Now, Plymouthians do not want to be bathing, snorkelling and sailing, sipping sewage. I urge members to back this for the sake of the environment and the sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lugger. Councillor Wakeham, I understand you are to second the report. Would you like to speak now or to reserve your, or the motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Yes, I will speak now. Thank you. Now, last year, as a Cabinet member for Environment and Street Scene, Councillor Tuffin over there asked me in full council if I would support MP Luke Pollard's initiative, if you remember that, Councillor Tuffin. That was to improve water quality for swimmers in Firestone Bay. And I replied in the affirmative, if it was good for the people of Plymouth, yes, I would back it. So moving on from there, I did work with Luke Pollard. We worked cross-party from the 4th of July, and I managed to get this order signed off on the 26th of October. And of course, it is now well in force. Now we must remember, this is a marine park we're talking about. Therefore, we don't want foul water of any description from Armada Way entering the outfalls around the Hoe, because that's where it ends up. And this would ruin all the hard work, of course, that we've carried out to improve the water quality for all our bathers. And we've got a few wild swimmers here, in actual fact, on our side of the council. And of course, this would inevitably tarnish our city's reputation once again. So, for the good of business, visitors, residents, and for us all, I'm sure we can all agree in saying, let's get the job done on Armada Way as soon as we possibly can. So without further delay, and I'm sure even the independents would agree with that. So thank you, my Lord Mayor. And therefore, I will second this motion from our Conservative leader, Councillor Lugger. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I now have indications that Councillor Carlisle would first like to speak, and then Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a regular wild swimmer, I'm often at Tinside, especially right now because of the pontoons. They're always great fun if anyone goes there. And I'm regularly at Devil's Point as well. So I'm naturally concerned if we have any reasons why we should have any excess sewage going into our water currently, if there's a reason that we could be able to stop it. If this is something that could potentially be alleviated by new drainage by South West Water, which was being put in place, I would support any effort to ensure that this happens as promptly as possible. We're now, as we probably know, and a lot of our well swimmers in here will know, we're at peak swimming season, and we're also coming up to our peak tourist time as well, and I'd hate for any delays in this to have an impact on any of that for us. Therefore, I shall be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to propose an amendment to this motion as well.
If you give us a moment while we circulate the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right. Councillors, does anybody need an adjournment to consider this amendment?
15 minutes.
Yeah. 15 minutes? Okay. The meeting's adjourned for 15 minutes. I now make the time 15:30. Can we see you all back in here again by 15:45? Thank you. Councillors. Councillor Ian Poyser, would you like to introduce your amendment?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. First of all, I just want to start by taking on board all the announcements that have been made recently by the new administration, and also Councillor Evans's earlier announcements were at the start of today's session. It's really pleasing to hear that there's a strong commitment to keep the existing trees, retain these existing trees, and hopefully expand the tree canopy across the city. This amendment is meant to be within good spirit, in a positive direction. We want to take this project forward in the right way. We don't want to cause any more delay to this project than absolutely necessary. We also take on board the constraints which we are bound by at the present moment with the injunction, and also ecologically with nesting birds within this particular case. So, I believe that we've arrived at a situation where we are, and that's because of the actions of the party that are sitting over there. But let's move forward. Let's move forward this. Let's take stock. Let's review the project, you know, while we've got the opportunity, while the birds are nesting. Let's take the opportunity to use this window to integrate the remaining trees into the design, propose the tree species as well that will improve tree canopy across the city, which I also believe were pledges made by the Labour Party as part of their election manifesto as well. Yesterday, I took the opportunity to walk around the city for first-hand to look at the situation. Aside from the fences, the boards, the hoardings, hiding the stalled and incomplete works, which we're all frustrated with, and we want taken down and want the project moved on, I did notice one thing, and that was the cooling effect provided by the shade of the existing trees and the early evening bird song from the nesting blackbirds. We really need to start taking on board the intrinsic value of nature as part of this project and talking about it quite seriously and not playing lip service to it. I believe that the requests to amend this motion are reasonable, and I hope the new administration has learnt from its lessons and mistakes from the previous administration and will properly consult with independent experts who also want a healthy and vibrant and clean green city as well, just like everyone else. And it's important that their voices are heard as consultants, as residents of this city as well. It's just as important. I also hope that any sustainable urban drainage system, SUDS, leads to an overall increase in water quality in the marine park, and realise that any attempt to retain the existing healthy trees could lead to a modification of that SUDS design. It is a complex project. We understand that as well. We have requested information. We're not party to the technical information, so I'm unable to comment further on the interrelationship between the SUD scheme and other aspects of the scheme. Therefore, we call on the administration to do the right thing to ensure the existing healthy trees remain and that the SUD is effective at minimising sewage discharge into the Sound. I therefore propose the amendment to this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Clay, would you like to second this motion?
I would, thank you. And I also just want to say, I know it's hot down here, so I can't imagine how hot it is for the Mayor and Deputy Lord Mayor in their robes today. So my thoughts are with you. It's a wee bit of a contentious one, but it doesn't really have to be. Neither Councillor Poyser or I have any interest in being obstructionists here. We genuinely want to see the project move forward in a way that is best for the city, residents, businesses, and nature. You know, again, what we're discussing today, it could have and should have been avoided. In making this scheme, the previous administration should have held nature in higher regard and worked from the stance of protecting trees, listening to its own plan for trees. We should have consulted more and to a deeper level with residents, businesses and experts, and communicated our plans more clearly with the public. We should have had a carbon impact report. You know, I'm endlessly frustrated by where this council finds itself, and genuinely, I think to a certain extent, all councillors across this chamber can agree with that to a certain extent. At the last meeting, this council unanimously supported a Green Party motion to hold an independent review of the Armada Way project and to establish an independent tree panel. I think both of these are still very much needed. I want to state too my frustration with using full council to address this matter. As we've said, it's a really complex project and a lot of interdependencies between various aspects of the scheme. I think it'd be much better suited to a genuine discussion, but I guess we're here. During the election, the Green Party pledged to save the remaining trees in Armada Way, as did Labour. this amendment recognises that pledge. I also want to thank Councillor Evans for his clear stance at the start of this meeting, setting out the administration's hopes and aims for the project. That was really brilliant to hear, and I look forward to them enacting those plans. I do need to voice, though, a small concern about the leader's disdain towards a group of local residents who are carrying out their democratic right to hold decision makers to account. So this amendment is all about seizing the window that we have to make things right, to bring residents, businesses, nature, stakeholders and interest groups along with us. And I really urge my Labour colleagues to take this time to produce a better plan for it, and I really look forward to taking part in the more consultation that they've promised. This amendment contradicts nothing in the speech Councillor Evans made earlier today, so I really think we can look forward to cross-chamber support on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Evans.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't want to prolong and use full council for unnecessary debates, why bring this amendment? Because to be honest, to be honest, this amendment adds absolutely nothing to what I said about 2 hours ago. I mean, it doesn't. It's completely useless. Because I already said we were going to save those trees. Those trees are not going to be cut down. I mean, how many more times do you want me to say it? I've said it on telly. I've said it in the Herald. I've said it on video. I've said it on TikTok, I think. I've said it everywhere. So I don't understand why the Greens now want to bring this today. I mean, we'll go along with it because it does no harm, does it? It doesn't do harm. It's completely harmless, like most of the stuff the Greens propose. Actually, useless might be a better word. But the point is, there's no purpose to this amendment other than getting the Greens out in front of something that they're already way behind on. And the two of you won't be able to save the trees because there's only 2 of you. And in the election, you had 3, and now you've only got 2. So you're going backwards. So your appeal to the voters, I don't think, was particularly effective. So please don't come in here and lecture us and be more green than thou, because some of us have been doing it a very long time indeed. So we'll happily go along with this amendment because we've got other things to say about the main motion or the substantive. But I have to say to the Greens, you've got a habit in this council already and in other councils around the country of indulging in self-indulgence as far as politics is concerned. It's all about the Greens and their position and not actually about what needs to be done. So save a bit of taxpayers' money and have a think about what you put in front of the council in future.
Councillor, is there anybody else who would like to speak on the amendment? Right. Councillor Poyser, you're invited to sum up.
Well, how do I follow that, eh? I'd just like to say that it's still our right as councillors to propose amendments and to hold the administration to account, Councillor Evans. So to have it on the record in this motion that you agree to it, then that's the right thing to do.
Right, councillors, we're moving to the vote on the amendment. Green for yes, red for no, and amber for abstention. Thank you very much, councillors. That's carried. Right, now we return to the substantive motion. Right, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I find it strange that the very first council meeting, having only won 1 seat in the whole city at a local election, when the major issue in the run-up to the local elections was Armada Way, should be a topic on the Armada Way scheme by the Conservatives. I just don't understand the political logic of putting a motion for something that you've been wholly responsible for all the way through. And it is disappointing because I'm passionate, as a number of us, Councillor Holm and I moved a motion back in January seeking to safeguard the trees. And yet, you know, political parties in this council voted against the motion, and so councillors have brought this upon themselves. I'd have more respect for Conservative members if they recognised in their motion that they've done wrong and they apologise for their actions. But there's absolutely nothing there to say we're sorry, and the vote that they've just taken on the amendment by the Green Party, clearly they don't believe in consultation, they don't believe in the environment, because they would have actually supported the motion. Why are you abstaining? Abstaining on something that's very logically put, that people are concerned about, and you abstained because you haven't got the courage of your own convictions. The thing is, Lord Mayor, Conservative members, I'm very sad about this, having been a Conservative councillor for a long time. Conservative members ultimately haven't listened, are not prepared to, and they're not really prepared to say on the record in this chamber, for the purpose of minutes, that they did wrong. They're costing the council taxpayer now thousands of pounds through legal action. And what is wrong with the public through Straw and other groups making their feelings known to councillors? We should be engaged in democracy. We should be encouraging participation. We should be using the Guildhall to convene a public meeting, get people in, listen to them, try and hammer it out. And the naivety, and it's a pity Councillor Bingley's not here, who's now chairing the over and scrutiny panel that would look at this sort of scheme. He actually was here and accountable for the actions that he administered, because it isn't right. Now, I do sympathise with the Labour Party, because for a motion to be put forward this afternoon, in the manner it's been put forward, is completely out of order. The Labour Party have been in for less than a month. And having not been in power for about 3 years, it does take time to actually get a grip with what the incumbent administration have been doing over a period of time. So to sort of summon Councillor Evans to publish a plan like now, sort it all out in 5 minutes, it's just unrealistic. For me as an independent councillor here, it's about getting the right scheme. It's not about necessarily getting it done the week after next or next month. It's about getting the right scheme, a scheme that the public at large will support, a scheme that's right for our city centre, a scheme that will the city centre will prosper. And all we're doing, we've been having policies that are killing the city centre. We've had the denigration of our environment in the city centre. We've had increasing car parking charges. We're doing everything possible to stop people using the city centre. And there are members here that still don't recognise it. I don't know how many seats you need to lose to recognise that you've done wrong and actually own up and say sorry. So I won't be supporting the motion because in principle it's wrong. It's wrong that the Labour Party should be held to account today for something they've had no input, other than the fact that they could have supported a motion in this council, Councillor Evans, back in January. But that aside, you're not responsible for the scheme. And clearly the Conservatives are. And Councillor Bingley, it's got to be disappointing. He's been rewarded yet again for his complete failure as leader of the council. So I won't be supporting the motion because in principle, it should never have been brought in the first place.
Councillor Hume.
Oh, thank you, my Lord Mayor. First, I would like to congratulate Councillor Evans on being leader of the council, and I also would like to congratulate the incoming councillors and the new councillors to their roles. Congratulate you all. On another matter, I'm very grateful that Councillor Evans has reassured us that the remaining trees are going to be saved. That's fantastic. Would love to see TPO orders on the trees, but that's another matter. What I would like to ask Councillor Lugger, if I'm allowed to, what percent... oh, sorry. Can I ask? Oh, sorry. What percentage
of the rainfall is being captured by the proposed SUD system, please?
Through you, Lord Mayor, it's not councillor question time. However, if Councillor Hume poses a question in his speech, Councillor Lugger may or may not wish to deal with it in his summing up. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Evans.
Well, it's quite a day, Patrick, isn't it? Quite a day. So, I do agree with Councillor Nicholson, of course, when he says it is unreasonable to hold this administration, which has been here for approximately 4 weeks, for the failure of Councillor Binley's administration. That is absolutely the key. And I must admit, on this side, we also shared the Yes Minister quote when Andy Lugger, Councillor Lugger, his name popped up as proposing this, as I think they would say on Yes Minister, that's very brave. That's very brave. Because, you know, to be honest, you did get a bit of a tanking. You were almost wiped out. In that election, if it had been an all-out election, which I still believe you hold dear, that you want all-out elections, you'd be down to 3 councillors, which is a worse performance than in the great wipeout of 1995, when at least there was 5. So I would have said, don't go there, stop digging, you know, but no, today they're coming back for more. They're coming back for more. So what would you like me to say in answer to this motion? Would you say, I thought you did jolly well? Because from our point of view, yes, you did. You wiped yourselves out. We're very happy. What we're not happy about is the way in which you went about the project. So that thing around consultation is going to be really important. Right? It's going to be really important. That's why, for the last 4 weeks, I have been quite busy, but not a bit too busy that I can't talk to officers about how we integrate the remaining trees into the scheme, how we keep the water project, right? I mean, the motion today implies that we should get on with the whole of the project. Now, it's a 70-week build in phases, right? So you don't do the whole of that process. The idea today, if we pass this motion, we're going to stop sewage going into the sea, is if we complete this project, it's ridiculous, because it's not the way the project was going to. And I'm really not able to understand how you don't understand that, since it was your project. But, so we will be having to revise sections of the scheme in order to accommodate the trees that are not going to be felled. That has to happen. We've given our assurance of that, and so we intend to keep that promise. That will involve us doing some redesign. So next week, having met with officers many times in the last 3 weeks, I'm going to be presented with some new plans, which are going to reflect all of those things. So we'll be going out and asking people if they want that, system retained. I think they should. And I think it's an important part of it. The motion implies that Labour wants to get rid of that. Can I say again today, the sustainable drainage scheme is fundamental to future investment in the city centre and will be proceeded with. There may be slight diversions to the route because of tree retention. There may not. We will know that next week when things are presented. But this motion is awful. This motion is really awful, and it attempts to blame the new administration for something that led to your demise. And some people, generous people, might describe this as cognitive dissonance. You're trying to hold, I don't know, opposition to this project on one hand and support for this project on the other hand, and expecting none of us to notice. So I'm saying to you today, withdraw this motion now. You've already embarrassed yourselves. Let's not, you've embarrassed the city with our reputation nationally.
And let's withdraw this motion and get on with restoring the reputation of this great city. I move.
Councillor Brydesdale.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Evans has just captured the outrageous hypocrisy of Conservative councillors attempting to advise on Armada Way after everything that has happened over the last year. I'd like to add that the second ask of the motion shows that the new leadership of the Conservative group has clearly failed to grasp one of the fundamental aspects of this scheme, the Sustainable Urban Drainage System, also known as SUDS. The city centre is classed as sitting under a critical drainage area. This risks flooding around Western Approach and Union Street during moments of extreme rainfall, something we know is becoming increasingly common with climate change. Primarily, the SUDS was designed to improve surface water drainage by intercepting water flowing across hard surfaces in Armada Way and redirecting it to new areas of green infrastructure. The excess water collected could then be used to irrigate the trees, the grasslands, and the wildflower meadows, whilst also running through an ornamental stream in its centre. None of this is new information. The SUDS is a key part of the design that your former cabinet members forced through that failed to communicate to the public. Whilst calling out the many grave mistakes made by the previous administration, and there were many, there are some potential benefits specifically from the SUDS. However, the reductive representation in this motion completely misses what we'll achieve on raw sewage discharge, and arguably it borders on misleading. The SUDS proposal should avoid the majority of the surface water runoff from Armada Way entering the combined sewage system mentioned by Councillor Lugger, which can overflow during extreme rainfall. But let's be honest with the public. Do I hope that that could be a positive step forward for seawater quality in Plymouth Sound? Yes. Of course. Will it prevent all future storm overflows linked to the city centre? No, it will not, and certainly not across the length of our waterfront, and not Firestone Bay, as mentioned by Bill Wakeham, Councillor Bill Wakeham. Apologies. I also can't help but address the blatant opportunism of Tories choosing this moment to reinvent themselves as champions of water quality. So, Councillor Lugger, what did you do upon hearing that raw sewage was being dumped under the watch of a Conservative government nationally over 800 times a day into our waters? Nothing. What did you do in April when South West Tory MPs voted down a Labour bill that would have introduced a legally binding target to end systematic sewage dumping? Nothing. What did you do in May when the Environment Secretary, the Tory Environment Secretary, falsely claimed our bathing waters are cleaner than ever before? Nothing. What did you do recently whilst Labour councillors were out supporting the Surfers Against Sewage protest on the Hoe? Nothing. Typically, thank you, Councillor Evans. Appreciate the support. Typically absent or silent. So forgive me if we don't take tips from the Tories on how best to look after Britain's ocean city.
Councillors, is there anybody else who would like to speak on this motion? Okay, we move forward now to votes upon the... Oh, Councillor Lugger.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. There seems to be a misunderstanding here, does it not? Perhaps they haven't read the motion. There is nothing at all controversial about it at all. It's to bring forward a plan. And it doesn't say you've got to reinvent the wheel. It is to bring forward a plan to be implemented. A comparable alternative is all I'm asking for. That's all I'm asking for, Councillor Evans. A comparable alternative and a time frame. Is that too much to ask for the people of Plymouth? Now, this is one thing which is quite funny, isn't it? This project started under a Conservative watch back in 2017. Councillor Nicholson's very vocal today, isn't he? 4th of July 2017, he approved the plan. And here the council minutes of everyone who's approved this plan as it's gone its way through council over 3 or 4 administrations. So, a project of this nature, simply is important as a capital project for investment. It is also important for the city centre in terms of making it more appealing for the people of Plymouth, shoppers and people coming generally to come and have a view. It's important for employment opportunities. It's important for accessibility. So, my Lord Mayor, when this project is being heavily criticised, let us not forget it's been in the making for a long, long time. It's almost like a Victorian illegitimate child where everyone loves it behind the scenes, but nobody's prepared to admit it in public. I therefore move this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lugger. Right. Now we move to vote upon the motion as amended. Green for, red against, and amber abstain. All right, therefore the amendment is lost. Sorry, the motion is lost. And at this juncture, we will retire for tea. And I propose that you all come back for 10 to 5. Thank you very much.
to be doing things and acting on their manifesto pledges. But this should not be done at the expense of work being done properly or having to be redone. They should be done, and it should not be done just to tick things off the list for the new administration to say it's done things in its first month or so in office. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Uger, I understanding you are seconding the motion. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I thank you, my Lord Mayor. I will speak briefly now, merely to say that I second the motion. My dear friend, Councillor Dreen, spent a lot of time procuring the velocity machine and undergoing all the various trials of its forerunners. And also there is, of course, a budget for this job to eradicate potholes across the city. Therefore, Councillor Stoneman has made a sensible motion here today, and I'm very happy to second that motion, my Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lugger. Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, I would like to move an amendment, if I may, please. Shall I read it out and it will be circulated? So the amendment is that the growth and so it's add a new resolution. The Growth and Infrastructure Overview and Scrutiny Committee be requested to review the effectiveness of the current procedures for maintaining the city's roads and pavements and provide a report to Cabinet and members of the City Council. I'll just wait for it to be circulated, Lord Mayor.
All right, the question to you, councillors, is does anybody require an adjournment at this stage? Right, Councillor, there's been a request for an adjournment. It's a 5 to 5. Can we have you back in again by 5 past 5, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, members of the Council. So I move this amendment, not really to have party political debate about highway maintenance, but to actually raise the genuine concerns of the public about the current condition of our roads and the procedures that the Council has, over the last few years, and may be the case moving forward, undertakes repairs. Because I'm sure everybody in this chamber will have had comments from family, friends, particularly long-standing councillors, from residents about the poor quality of the current processes. So I agree with Councillor Stoneman. An aspect of the technical specification, 20 mil, 40 mil, is an issue. And certainly where there are roads that have got a concrete subbase, some of the tarmac that's been historically laid over that concrete will never get any deeper, yet those roads are totally in an inappropriate state. So what I would like to do on this amendment, as I say, to take the politics out of it, Councillor Coker ought to have an opportunity, only been here 5 minutes in the post, so you can't expect him to be held to account. Councillor Stoneman, as is being suggested, I'm sure Councillor Coker will have this on his list of priorities, because I'm sure he's had it in the neck, as indeed all of us had, around the standard of repair. But I always remember back in 2007, 2008, I did chair a task and finish whilst a scrutiny chair under the old Amy contract in how highway maintenance was being undertaken. And it did, through that scrutiny process, affect some changed procedures. Now, what we've seen really in recent years under the current contractor, South West Highways, is a steady deterioration in the standard, I would suggest, of value for money through the highways maintenance term contract. That can't be right. And what we've seen is our standard of our highways has been steadily deteriorating. And I'll use an example that Councillor Harrison and Councillor Darcy and I know only too well, of Strode Road. That's the road that you go to Chaplin's and Aldi and Plympton. The number of repairs undertaken to that road is phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. But it's, you've got to get to a certain depth for highways to come and actually fill it in, to find then a few weeks later there's another pothole. It's a complete nonsense. Now, if we can see it, surely in the policy some common sense should prevail. So cutting away everything that Councillor Stoneman is suggesting from a party political point of view and looking wholly at the issue of highway maintenance, I would hope that members of the Council, in whatever the Labour Party choose to do with the rest of the motion, if you choose to amend it, please let us move towards a decent examination of the processes currently undertaken. They're not fit for purpose. Our highways are only getting worse. In a climate where money is obviously at a premium, we need to make sure we affect as councillors value for money. And we're not getting value for money at the moment. So I hope very much you'll support the amendment. If Labour members wish to strike out the rest of the motion, then so be it. But we do need an honest debate. And I think that debate would actually benefit from councillors who are not in the executive having an opportunity perhaps to share some of their knowledge, history, and actually be taken on the journey of how we actually decide policy. I think, Councillor Coe, through you, Lord Mayor, we need to evolve the policy, and we need to tell the public and manage expectation, because an awful lot of members of the public have got a totally disparate view of what really would get repaired and what wouldn't get repaired. But clearly the situation at the moment is not enough is being repaired, and what we see on the streets is really a wicked waste of money where the contractor's turning up on numerous occasions. That can't be right, and I hope very much that it's recognised by all councillors today, and we put some process in that Councillor Coker could benefit from over in scrutiny to implement, hopefully, some improvements in the coming months. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you very much, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Beer, I understand that you're seconding the motion.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree with Councillor Nicholson. I think the scrutiny process would help us form a better policy in dealing with road repairs across the city. And I know it's a huge task for Councillor Coker, and it's a bit of a headache for you, but I'm just hoping that perhaps you'd get some benefit by having some debate at scrutiny to help push this forward and get you a good, tight policy which we can all sign up to. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just following on from what both Councillor Nicholson and Councillor Beer have said, I think we all accept, and I've seen a lot of nods across the whole House, that this would actually be a really useful exercise to carry out. I think it's worth pointing out that this isn't just something that Plymouth experiences. I was on a call with my day job with Devon on Friday, where they have similar issues and are having to look at it in a similar way. It's a challenge across the whole country, often related to climate change, heating up of roads, getting, extreme heat, extreme cold, etc. But I do think it's worth just highlighting a couple of other reasons why this would be useful. One of them is because we take up an awful lot of officer time at the moment, where they very kindly come out with councillors and explain the situation around pothole repair in our wards. And I was enlightened in that a few months ago, where they came around at my ward with me. And a lot of it dates back to when the city was developed and expanded in the 50s and 60s, where we have these concrete roads, which then get tarmacked on top, which was why the velocity machine was such a welcome addition for those bits of the city in the east, but also the north, where those road surfaces are a problem for us. So I think anything we can do to bring that to the fore and ensure that the public understand that, but do what we can to find long-term solutions, would be welcome. The one thing I would, though, ask, if it does go to committee, if this motion is passed, is that we also look at what it takes to get an entire road resurfaced, because certainly my experience is we have, across Plymouth roads that don't make the threshold for potholes, but also for some reason don't seem to make the threshold for resurfacing. And in my 5 years as councillor, I think it's actually the Deputy Lord Mayor who's had the most success in getting a road resurfaced in Plymouth. And it's something that I think across the city we want to ensure we deal with that for our residents. Clearly it's about funding, so it might well be that we come up with an idea of how we need to pursue more adequate funding from central government. But I just wanted to say I can see the real value in this amendment, and think that for the city as a whole, it's going to take us further forward in making sure that our roads are suitable for all of us to walk, cycle, and obviously drive along at the same time. Well, not all at the same time. We obviously don't walk, cycle, and drive at the same time, but you know what I mean. So, yeah, I think I'm happy to support this amendment.
Councillor Coker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll talk about the motion in a minute, but what I wanted to say to Councillor Nicholson is I don't know whether you're psychic, because I had this conversation a week ago and said we need to have, under the current administration, or the last administration, we used to have regular updates from highways on how they were performing and what they were doing, what constituted a pothole, what didn't, and that's all stopped. So one of the things that we want to do, that I want to do again, is get those up and running so councillors can come, talk, hear, understand, and also get a new updated manual that we can all have so we can spread the word then to the residents when they ask us. But what I did also say, Councillor Nicholson, is that whatever happens, because I didn't know this motion was coming, I wanted highways maintenance and future funding brought to the scrutiny panel, because absolutely we need, and it's all very well and good reading the motion on notice, but actually this all response to central government and the way that road funding is actually attributed to local councillors, and that needs a fundamental change. So whatever happens with the motion today, this will go to scrutiny, Councillor Nicholson.
Councillor Hume.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I will be supporting this motion, amended motion by Councillor Nicholson, because it is frustrating when you raise a pothole and then it's deemed not fit to be filled, and then because obviously it doesn't fit the criteria. So for me, scrutiny is the best way forward, and Councillor Coker has reassured us that that's going to happen, and that's fantastic. Many thanks.
Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. and we on these benches welcome the amendment put forward by the independent group. We completely agree that scrutiny is a really good thing, and I think we all see that through our scrutiny processes on the council. So on these benches, we wholeheartedly support this amendment to the motion put forward. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Is there anybody else wishes to speak on the matter? Councillor Nicholson, would you like to sum up?
Well, thank you very much indeed, Lord Mayor, and thank you for those members who have contributed to the debate. There does seem to be some unanimity, which is good to see that actually this does need taking forward. And I'm grateful to Councillor Coker for that assurance, because I think we all need that assurance, and we need to also help Councillor Coker moving forward, because he's absolutely right. There is a funding issue with highway maintenance. So scrutiny does actually allow not only just the procedures, but the funding of highway maintenance and pothole repairs to be considered. And that is a fundamental point that all we've seen in recent years, and to be fair, the budget that was approved back in February is seeing less highway maintenance being undertaken this financial year than for a few years. So it's a very, very difficult situation to be in, and this council does need proper debate. So thank you for your contributions, members, and I hope very much you will support the amendment, and then we'll take the motion from there on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Right, we'll move on to the vote now on the amendment. And green for in favour, red are against, and amber to abstain. Right, thank you very much for that. That's passed, and now we move back to the original motion. Sorry, the motion as amended. Motion as amended. Would you like to sum up? Sorry. Anybody else like to speak? Councillor Evans, Councillor Coker. Yep. Councillor Evans.
I'll just, in the break, I'll mention, I just had a conversation with the BBC about CHUSPA, cognitive dissonance, and we're doing it again. I've got to say, again, very brave to bring to this council a motion on potholes, when, for two main reasons. One, conservative underfunding of this council, and two, council misspending of what little money it got on potholes. Because where else do you go? I mean, I'm sorry, I will have to ask this, and this is going to sound rude, but were you all asleep the last 2 years? Because I distinctly remember you being in power. I remember you being in power and having the power to change the way in which we did potholes. And now, after 4 weeks out of power, you seek to change the way we do potholes. Well, I don't know about you, but I thought the whole reason for seeking power was to change things. Not to go into opposition to change things. It's much harder to do it that way. Much better if you have all the levers and all the policy and all the money and all the power to do it that way. But under this new regime in the Conservative group, if this is the way you're going to do it in future, bring it on, my boys. Bring it on, my boys and girls, because it's fantastic. Look, here's the problem. Here's the problem we've got here, okay? Is to try and imply that the Conservatives have the answer to potholes when every council in the peninsula, right, let me get this absolutely right, Every council in the peninsula are not doing what you're proposing. In fact, they're doing worse things to the roads in their areas. Just give you an example. I'm going to pinch his thunder and he'll reinforce it in a minute. Cornwall, Devon and Somerset all got worse records on potholes than this authority, right? West Sussex, Tory administration, up until very recently, they fill potholes at 100 millimetres deep only. Wiltshire, 75 millimetres. Bracknell Forest was Tory, no Labour, 50 millimetres. I mean, the thing is, what you're proposing to do today, to go to 20 mil, will mean none of the concrete roads in Southway, or in Budshead, or in Onicknow, or anywhere in the north of the city are going to be able to be done, because you can't go that deep, 20 mil. And, even worse, the coal tar roads as well, you won't be able to qualify. So all of those in the inner city, they've got coal tar roads. I think Sutton and Montgool is one ward. Yeah. I mean, I don't think, if this policy goes through, I don't think there'll be a single road that'll be done in Plymouth, or at least the vast majority will not qualify. I think you've made a big, big mistake. The other thing is changing the policy on potholes being filled to create a radius of 10 metres to fill in anything else that's going on at the time, which is an abandonment of Councillor Coker's brilliant recovery of the Transport Department the last time he was in, when we started doing preventative work. And we did detailed surveys of the condition of roads, and that's the basis upon which you make decisions. That's why the government saw this council as an exemplar and gave us more money, because of his work. Now, you want to undo that today. If we pass this motion today, it undoes all of that work. We'll get less money from the government. Mark my words. If we adopt this as the way in which the council does it, the government will have no other option but to defund us on road repair. That's why this motion is so ill thought out. Well, there are other reasons why it's ill thought out. Politically inept, but actually, in terms of engineering of roads, very inept indeed. So we'll be voting against your motion as amended today, because it makes absolutely no sense. And if you really think that we're taking the local community for fools by saying if only they support the Tories, they'll get their roads done, are you asking them, have you got one of them devices like they had in the Men in Black, you know, when they flash it like that and everybody forgets everything? Because that's what you're trying to do today. You're trying to ask people to think of you not as the failures that you were for the last 2 years, but some sort of crusaders for road repair, which you're very much not. Lord Mayor, I oppose.
Councillor Coker.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, Councillor Nicholson, in your words, here we go again, just like the last motion. Councillor Evans has talked about intervention levels. One of the things that is really important is that we follow the HMET principles that are laid down by the Department for Transport in having a robust system of monitoring and maintaining potholes. Your predecessor, Councillor Dreen, understood that and worked really well. So I would ask Councillor Stoneman, perhaps a conversation to Councillor Dreen about HMET and the principles of, sorry, that's just thrown all over the floor. HMET might be worth having a look at. Also, I too, like Councillor Smith, spent the day last week with Councillor Davis in Devon talking about their issues that they have got. And she's a Conservative councillor in Devon, and she's a portfolio holder, and that she agrees with me 100%, because we are not getting the right funding for government. How can it be right that our funding is based on the length of our road, and the journeys that are taken on our roads are not taken into account. So an authority like Plymouth suffers because we haven't got a huge network. The velocity machine that I see is in the motion, Councillor Stoneman. Now, I looked at that, and do you know what? That was put in the budget amendment, not this year, but last year, as a Labour amendment. We put it in, you followed the policy. So don't lecture me that this party doesn't care about the roads. It was our idea, and to your credit, you followed it through. And Councillor Dreen and I talked a lot about what this does. It's been out on the roads now for 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. And when you look at it and go and see it, like I have done on 3 times, it is weather dependent. Because if the weather gets too hot, then they have to stop. But so far, and I was in Councillor Smith's area last week, and again today, where they're working on it. And yes, it has a need. So at the end of the day, I think it's worth saying that we need to review how we do it, how we have a joined up approach to road repairs. And that road repair has got to start with the government on fair and equal funding, and also funding that lasts for more than 1 year. And we've got to stop this kind of bid for this, bid for that. We need a long-term solution so that our highways contractor can plan ahead, the council can plan ahead for the next 5 years, bring in new innovation, and we can't do that on a whim. Just apply for this, you've got 6 weeks to do it. It doesn't work. But this administration, under my leadership a few years ago, and I remember that scrutiny as well, Councillor Nicholson, because I was here, we've actually got a plan in place. We follow the HMET principles. We've taken the velocity machine. Yes, it is fit for the residential roads, but it's not fit for our strategic or our resilient network. So we have to move forward and plan it. But I want to make sure that we're doing the best we can out of the miserable funding that we're getting from central government. I welcome a scrutiny, I've already said that, but actually this is just plain politics, it's just plain wrong. And if you wanted to change from 40 mils to 20 mils, you had 2 years to do it. Why suddenly we're in charge and it's the best thing since sliced bread? This is just plain ridiculous politics. And actually, do you know, Councillor Stoneman, if we changed it to 20 mils and covered everything, on a conservative estimate, do you know how much that will cost the authority? And we would have to find nearly £5 million of revenue extra every year for the next 5 years. So if your government is going to give us that money, I'm happy to look at it. This is just, and I urge all members to actually reject this. And yes, I know it's time and I don't need you to show me. Thank you very much.
Councillor Poyser.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, clearly very passionate there, knows your subjects, and certainly know your asphalt anyway, Councillor. Well, how do I follow that? Well, listening to the concerns of Chadderwood residents, potholes are probably in our top 3 of topics around complaints among grass cutting and bus shelters, but we'll come on to that a bit later. Lauren and myself recently undertook a survey of the road conditions within our ward, reported a large number of long-standing pothole issues, which in our view warranted some investigation. However, we were surprised to find that a significant number did not meet the thresholds for repair, surprise, surprise. Also, we're baffled when some potholes were earmarked for repair, whilst requests for others, which appeared far worse on the surface of things, were rejected. One of the things that residents struggle to understand, I think, is the notion that a pothole isn't deep enough or wide enough to be fixed. This causes a lot of confusion. Indeed, they must continue to bump over it until eventually it meets the highway's requirement for intervention. Or the other conundrum, one pothole receives attention, and then one several metres down the road doesn't receive any attention at all, remains untouched, remains a mystery. Potholes can be a serious hazard for road users, including cyclists and horses, and we're keen to see the condition of our roads improve, particularly in the neighbourhood streets where quite often vehicles can be seen swerving to avoid potholes. The compounded effect of conservative austerity and increasing costs due to energy prices have put significant pressure on council budgets and highways, and the highways teams haven't really escaped these pressures. We've both familiarised ourselves with the velocity machine and the potential it has to speed up repairs, reduce costs, save energy, and reduce reliance on road materials and save road materials. So it's really welcome that it was in the budget, not last year, the year before, and it was enacted and it's coming forward. On that basis, we should get more done with the same budget, effectively, shouldn't we? Yeah? Which should be fantastic. What's not to like? However, we're also mindful that changing the policy to pothole intervention could have an impact on existing budgets, and I think Councillor Coker has already highlighted that today. So using the velocity machines to tackle existing potholes which meets the current standards for intervention would seem sensible. The council could review pothole performance and finance and budgets and allow the standards for intervention could be changed at a later date to allow shallow or narrow potholes to be fixed. Essentially, triaging potholes on this basis allows the council to tackle the serious potholes first, and if we've got any money left, we can go back and repair the others. For me, this kind of makes sense. We welcome the new technology to Plymouth, and we're looking forward to the velocity machine coming into Charlwood, as I'm sure everyone else is in their wards, to make some essential repairs. However, at this moment, even with the amendment, we're unable to support this motion fully due to the impacts it will have potentially on budgets, as already been come up in this debate, and also the impact it could have potentially on future funding as well. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll be very brief. I don't know whether it's the heat or my early morning flight in the air, but I'm very confused now. I thought the problem with concrete roads was that the potholes could never reach 40 millimetres deep because there wasn't that much tarmac on top. So actually, under the present regime, they would never be repaired. I'm now being told that they won't be repaired if we went to 20 millimetres. Perhaps someone could clarify the position for me, because there definitely is a problem with concrete roads. You almost could go back to the concrete before anything would be done, because they would never reach 40 millimetres. Perhaps someone could clarify. Thank you.
Councillors, we now have Councillor Nicholson to speak.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Speaking obviously to the substantive motion, I would like, hopefully, Councillor Stoneman, in your summing up, some recognition that actually Conservative policy at the moment is focused on pothole repair, when actually the Conservative policy should focus on highway maintenance and the method in which highway maintenance is funded. And Councillor Coker, a long-standing, respected Cabinet member, actually, apart from the very final sentence, I totally agree with him. But this, in reality, is the situation. You know, this is the way local government's funded at the moment, is these pots of money for sort of short-term intervention. Well, you know, surely you drive around the city streets as everybody else does, and surely it's about time we said to our members of Parliament, we need a decent funding deal for highway maintenance, not pothole repair. So when the Prime Minister is then, just before the election, saying, oh, we've given a few $100 million for pothole repair, he's missed the point, hasn't he? He obviously doesn't go round the streets that we go round. He probably doesn't, does he? But, you know, if they got out of their ivory tower in London and actually walked around the streets that we walk around, you would understand that the whole regime is not good. So it would be useful, Councillor Stoneman, and obviously the ability for Conservative councillors to influence government policy and to influence our two members of Parliament. And this is a wider point, Lord Mayor, that Councillor Coker hopefully will want to get all members engaged with lobbying government, and Councillor Evans the LGA, who I know have banged on about this for many, many years, to raise this higher on the political stakes. That the roads that we've got at the moment are only getting worse. And these specific grants to do with potholes is not the manner in which you should deal with highway maintenance. So I hope very much that, although it's not part of your motion, Councillor Stoneman, you do reference government money, and all money is welcome, but it's not the method in which we're going to solve our highway maintenance problems in the city. And I hope very much you might address that point. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ingleson. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak before Councillor Beer?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We've talked about roads and residential streets that are concrete based with tarmac on top. I've got one in particular in my ward which I've been going on about for 7 years now to get it resurfaced. But I also understand, because I'm an experienced councillor and been here quite some considerable time now, that actually the money for pothole repairs is not new money. It's just being shifted from one area into another. So I can't support this motion, I'm afraid, this afternoon. It's very sad that it's come here. It's almost like Christmas because you keep giving it to us.
Councillors, is there anybody else who would like to speak prior to Councillor Stoneman's summing up?
I'm going to be very brief, Lord Mayor. You'll remember at the last council meeting, which was quite tremendous in its own right, there was a question from a member of the public to then Councillor Dreen, which referred to this very same situation we're discussing today. And the response given by the Conservative Cabinet Member for Transport at the time says the following: highway inspectors follow up on all reported defects and work within the Council's approved guidelines to determine if an intervention is justified. These guidelines reflect standards that are in place to enable the service to meet the statutory legal requirement and obligations, and no more. And that's why I'm somewhat surprised to see this motion, because actually it is in contrary to what they previously said, Lord Mayor. And Councillor Coker's entirely right. If we do change the obligation that we have upon us, government actually gives us less money. I know that sounds weird, but it's actually true, because you're going over and beyond what government asks you to do. So if you start repairing things that are less than a certain obligation legally, then they will take money away from you, because they will say you've already got enough money to repair your road, so we'll take some away from you and give you less. So that's why supporting this motion would be counterproductive, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stoneman, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you for all those who contributed to the debate. I would just like to point out a few things. I think the biggest thing to come out of the debate was the funding for potholes. And before I do that, I would like to agree with Councillor Nicholson that a longer-term strategic fund needs to be found to sort out the highway maintenance. I completely agree with that. But in the meantime, whilst we are waiting for that, and that's, that needs to be looked at, it's important that we take the proactive steps to make sure that our roads are not falling into complete disrepair, and we take the action now to prevent them falling even further into repair. It is important to note on that sense that Plymouth received £516,000 from the government in the latest budget to fix our to fill potholes. And I think, and that is money that's come from central government to the local authority to help fix our roads, as many of our residents want us to do. Now, it would be remiss of me to say that the proposals down below on the motion have come solely from me. They haven't. This is what residents have told us. They have said, doesn't it make sense if they're filling one pothole in area X, they fill the one 5 metres down the road in area Y? That is common sense. And that is something that I think our residents want to see us debating and discussing, are common sense, practical ideas to their concerns. And that is exactly what this motion sets out to do. Common sense ideas for problems that every single resident in the city faces. And I do not see how that can be controversial. Here, supporting our residents, asking for policy change from what they have told us, I do not understand how that can be controversial. But obviously I'm wrong. Obviously, supporting our residents, wanting what's best for them, wanting the roads to be sorted, is controversial, which I never thought I would say. But hey-ho, here we are debating this now on a motion that I didn't think would be very controversial, but I'm obviously very, very wrong. And I think, on another point that Councillor Nicholson said, this motion is named Fixing Plymouth Roads, not potholes, nothing in particular, nothing direct about the broader idea of fixing the city's roads, which I think is something that we all agree with. And I think as well, in terms of pothole repairs, Councillor Evans alluded to the fact that named several councils on the peninsula in the area who all but one are run by Conservatives. Somerset is run by the Liberal Democrats. I would just like to point out, because I heard Councillor Eddy say they were all Tory, but they aren't. Somerset is a Liberal Democrat council. And Plymouth, or the Conservatives, saw 87% more potholes than other authorities. In 2020 to 21 alone, the Conservative councils filled 16,230 potholes. The Labour councils across the country filled 5,417. I don't think you can sit here and say that the Conservatives don't take potholes seriously. Those figures speak differently. Those figures show that Conservative councils take people's priorities on board. They fill potholes. They make roads better for their residents. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
One speaker, please. Councillors, one speaker. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please, using your buttons on your unit, green for in favour, red for against, and amber to abstain. Councillor, the result is not passed. Right, moving on now to motion on notice Strategic Rail Network Group. The third motion, 10C, concerns the establishment of a Strategic Rail Working Group. Councillor Poyser, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Today I present a motion that remains close to the hearts of many residents in Plymouth, the opening of a railway station in the east of the city. This is an opportunity to boost the local transportation infrastructure, enhance connectivity and create new avenues for sustainable economic growth. Let us envision a future where Plympton and the surrounding communities thrive with a fully functioning railway station. Of course, we all know Plympton once had a railway station that served the local community well for over 100 years. The station closed to passengers in 1959. Plympton had a population of 8,400. Now the population has over 29,000, with an increasing dependence upon the motor car as well. To help switch residents to more sustainable modes of transport, we need to provide them with the necessary infrastructure and services. The over-reliance and zealous use of financially punitive measures such as increasing parking charges, low emission zones, phasing out of combustion engines can have harm on the sustainable and on a transition to a more sustainable society unless we commit to green investment now. But a railway station is not merely a functional structure or such as steel, made out of steel or concrete. It is a symbol of progress to a more hopeful future with accessibility and opportunity provided by greener travel. Towns such as Plympton deserve to be connected to the Great Western Railway line that spans our region, enabling easier access to education, employment, leisure, healthcare services. By opening a railway station, we can unlock tremendous social, economic and environmental benefits within the area. One of the immediate benefits to opening a station is to alleviate the traffic congestion. As the east of the city continues to grow, so does strain on our road networks. By providing viable alternative to commuters, we can to reduce the number of cars on our streets, ease congestion and promote cleaner, greener transport, one of the administration's key priorities, which is good. Furthermore, A well-connected rail network enhances our accessibility to those without private vehicles, ensuring that everyone has equal opportunities to explore employment prospects within the region. Opening a railway station will not only bring social benefits, but also stimulate economic development. The presence of a railway station attracts businesses, investors, and supports our Freeport objectives. This, in turn, creates employment opportunities, boosts local businesses, drives economic growth. By investing in railway infrastructure, we send a powerful message to industry that Plymouth is forward-thinking, open for investment, and ready to embrace progressive alternatives to the motor car. Additionally, let's not overlook the impact of our community's well-being. A railway station fosters social connectivity and cultural exchange. It enables friends, families to reunite more easily, enables tourism, and encourages visitors. As you may know, a feasibility study was produced in 2017. But since then, little progress has been made. And in 2020, I launched an online petition, which has since received over 1,700 supporters, signifying strong support for a new train station within the area. Of course, opening the railway station is not without its challenges. It requires careful planning, collaboration, and also political support. We must continue to engage with rail operators, Network Rail, Peninsula Rail Task Force, and community stakeholders to ensure that our vision becomes a reality. We need to update our feasibility studies, evaluate potential sites, and determine the most effective design for the station. Furthermore, securing the necessary funding and support will be crucial for success. So let's keep this project firmly on our strategic agenda by forming a strategic working group. Members, opening a railway station is not just a dream, it's an achievable goal that can bring numerous benefits to the community. New stations have recently been built or are currently in commission in Exeter and Torquay. So why can't we make the possible in Plymouth? Let's build upon the work the council has already done, work across the floor within this table to show that residents can work collectively to achieve rail infrastructure, new rail infrastructure. I, for one, am excited about the prospect of jumping on a train at Plympton and not getting off till I reach Edinburgh or London, a station connecting the Stannary town to the capitals of this nation and everything in between. It's a vision that I hope you will share as well. So members, let's not kick this into the long grass again. Get behind this motion to form a strategic working group that will move this project forward that's already in our joint local plan. This sends a positive message that we can all work together for the benefit of the city and its residents. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Poyser. Councillor Macleay, I believe you're seconding this motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, I will. Plans for a new railway station in Plympton have become a wee bit derailed, if you forgive me a pun. We urgently need to push forward an affordable, reliable and greener public and active transport network in Plymouth. I see this motion as a small part of the bigger plan to achieve that goal, and it's time to get the project back on track. Another pun, I will not apologise. As Councillor Poyser said, the plan to build a train station in Plympton has received great public backing and cross-party support, and it's really easy to see why. Connecting Plympton with the city centre and beyond through a new railway station holds immense potential. It will provide a reliable, efficient and sustainable mode of transport for residents, offering an attractive alternative to congested roads and unreliable bus services with disappearing bus shelters. To give our transport problem a little bit of context in Plympton, to get from Charlwood to Derford Hospital, it's about a 15-minute drive. If you're lucky enough to catch the 52 that runs just once an hour on weekdays, it's a 36-minute bus. But if you miss that, it turns the journey into an hour and 20-minute saga with multiple buses. Imagine instead the convenience of hopping on a train, free from traffic and parking woes, and arriving at your destination in a timely manner. It shouldn't really have to be a dream. It's already a reality in cities like Glasgow, Bristol, and Nottingham, and it has been for quite some time. Improved connectivity will not only make Plymouth a more modern and connected city, it will also enhance the daily lives of Plympton residents. As a Green, it'd be absolutely remiss of me not to mention how a new station would support our net zero aims. Rail travel is one of the most sustainable and environmentally friendly modes of transport. And by expanding our network, we can reduce our reliance on polluting vehicles, congested roads, and make significant strides to combat climate change at a local level. Investing in a new railway station in Plympton will not only benefit the local community, but will also contribute to our broader efforts in promoting and enabling our residents to adopt greener habits. So, by forming a strategic working group of key stakeholders, we can harness collective experience and expertise and resources to pave the way for this transformative project. We have an opportunity here to build something quite remarkable. Let us embrace rail travel as a key pillar of our sustainable transport strategy and bring Plympton closer into the city centre, where we can all enjoy the benefits of a more connected city. Together, we can lay the tracks for a greener, more inclusive Plymouth for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We start off with Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to support this motion as a fellow Plympton councillor. For far too long, we have been left out in the cold. In the east of our fair city, we have no connectivity. If we wish to go by train, we have to drive 7 miles into the city centre and park our car in a car park that doesn't allow us to stay very long. Or we drive to Ivy Bridge, where unfortunately we are not able to connect with many of the trains because the train station platform was built too short. So only a few of the trains will stop there. So that's fine if you're able to work on when you can travel. But if you need to travel early in the morning or at key times, the times when we're trying to reduce our travel and our excess transport, then we can't get a train. So I support this. It follows through on our development plan at Dev 29 in the JLP, in the Joint Local Plan. What I would say though, there is a review of the Joint Local Plan next year. So we need to be very mindful that we don't start a process, but actually we could add to the review in the Joint Local Plan. We need to be mindful of that. But I'm fully in support of us being able to have a rail station. Oakhampton now has a link which links to Exeter and allows people to work and to enjoy the moors. The west of our city has numerous smaller train stations that connect into Plymouth, at Devonport, at St Budo, as well as over the bridge in Saltash. So why has the east of our city been left out in the cold? So I would fully support and happy to be part of any working party. Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Evans.
Okay, quickly to correct you, the reason trains don't stop at Ivy Bridge is not because the platform's too short. It's because it's on the main line. No, it isn't the reason. It's because it's on the main line, which a Plympton railway line would be, which means, and the point about it being on the main line is that you have to get the agreement of rail operators to slow down their mainline trains in order to have stopping trains, which would be the case in Ivy Bridge and in the Plympton. I mean, I've just got to come out and say where we are on this, Lord Mayor, because this is another green motion that's seeking to waste money on things that are already underway. Because we have got a strategic rail partnership for the region, including the Devon Metro in that. We've had conversations with the LEP about the Devon Metro, and we're in partnership with our county council colleagues about it. So the idea that this isn't happening already, and the idea, by the way, I'm sorry about this, but you're not going to get a train from Plympton to Derryford, as you implied, unless we spend a considerable amount of money. You'll get a train from Plympton to North Road Station, from which you would then have to get some sort of bus or even a taxi. So I'm afraid your vision for a net zero future can't really be the rock of that you're suggesting it would be. We'll continue to press for a Devon Metro through the Peninsula Rail Task Force. We'll continue to argue that we should be investing in rail, light rail, but our priorities at the moment are connectivity between Plymouth and the rest of the country, and between and getting decarbonisation of the railway. What you're proposing at the moment is heavier use of diesel trains, which isn't, I think, the last time I looked, particularly carbon friendly. Well, that's what we've got. We've got diesel trains. And that's because, we haven't got electrification or third rail. So it will be diesel trains. And so that is part of the problem. So what we've got again is, it's a lovely idea, and we'll keep arguing for it. But the idea, if we, in addition to the Peninsula Rail Task Force, we now got to get the same actors into meetings to talk about Plympton Railway Station, is an absurd proposition for this council to make today. It would have been much better if you would have just asked the council to continue through the Peninsula Rail Task Force its ambitions for a Devon Metro. And that is what is actually required next in Plymouth. That is what would help people in Plympton to get into the railway. So we're like I say, don't waste any more money and any more time on duplicating what is already going on. Please vote against this motion.
Councillor Loveridge.
My Lord Mayor, members of the City Council, I rise to continue to support the provision of the new railway station from Plympton, as Plympton councillors did back in 2018, when the currently approved joint local plan was being developed and consulted on. The proposer and the seconder are right to raise the profile on this issue, particularly now significant additional development is being proposed at Langage and Sherford. And I would hope that the new Labour administration will support this motion, and I mean support, to pursue an important transport solution for the east of Plymouth. Unless significant investment is being made in transport infrastructure, then the proposed development will be unsustainable and detrimental to the residents of Plympton. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to support the motion. I hear what Councillor Evans said, so I'll address Councillor Evans first. I think the problem as a Plympton member, Councillor Evans, that we've been starved of any update for a very long time. And whilst I hear what you say around the Strategic Peninsula Rail Task Force, well, we can't undo what's happened. We have been starved of information in relation to what progress is being made for the provision of a station. And having worked with Councillor Coker as the then Cabinet member, the joint local plan committed to try and provide a station, which is absolutely right. The problem with the Peninsula Rail Task Force is we need a forum in whatever way you think, and it could be just Councillor Coker meeting Plympton councillors once or twice a year, giving us an update. It would be far more than we get and have had for a long time, rather than the task force. But, well, I think Councillor go through, Lord Mayor, sometimes having a discussion through email is not like having a discussion face-to-face for half an hour. I'm a great believer that there's, the medium of communication. Sometimes some discussion is more than receiving a statement and forwarding back a reply. The point here is that there's been very little progress, it would appear, since the time the joint local plan was unanimously agreed by the then council. And I think certainly what members in Chadderwood are trying to achieve is the progress of the development of a station. Now, having commissioned for the joint local plan a feasibility study looking at suitable sites, at that time there was only really one suitable site, which obviously has been embedded in the joint local plan. But the joint local plan, is indeed, I think Councillor Harrison raised, will be reviewed in 12 months' time. It is one of a number of policies that we haven't actually really seen a great deal of traction on. And I think from Plympton's perspective, we want to see some progress on highway infrastructure. And only recently, just seeing Councillor Hart, the leader of Devon County Council, I think the woes of transport infrastructure for Plympton are only going to get worse. Listening to Councillor Hart in relation to the funding of highway infrastructure at Deep Lane. So it's a very valid point that Plympton members are raising the requirement to look at our strategic infrastructure in Plympton and to try and make some progress. After all, that's what we are. the community advocates from a ward council perspective, and that's effectively what colleagues in Plymouth are trying to do today. So whether you like the motion or not, please try to start to, as you move forward and settle into office, try to start having a dialogue where you share information that might be going on that involves the provision of a railway station. And for the wider benefit of members, you know, Councillor Evans is absolutely right. The rail operators have a very key part to play. Because through you, Lord Mayor, what Councillor Evans didn't embellish is that actually rail operators were going to be asked to provide more local services in the peninsula of the southwest, not just rely on taking people out of the southwest to other regions of the United Kingdom. And that would benefit Plymouth too, because the more people we could get to stop off in Plymouth and more local trips would actually have a part to play with climate change, but would actually help you know, our tourist economy and those that visit Plymouth. So, you know, I know they can come into North Road Station, but it may be more convenient to come into other stations. And I know, you know, those that work in the naval base, trying to get people to use a local service to come to the dockyard would be more beneficial, but the number of services that meet the times is limited. So the whole issue of the railway services and the times they operate is key to this issue. So I hope very much that, you know, I'll support the motion. Whatever the council does with the motion today, I hope there's a salient point, Lord Mayor, through you to Councillor Coker, that we just need more information. We want to be taken on the journey. And again, we want to assist you in trying to make progress on the delivery of a railway station on the eastern side of the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. Councillor Beer.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to make a big confession now. I remember catching the train from Plympton when I was about 4. And where the station was at that time is no longer going to be able to be used. So the only place in Plympton it would go would be at Marsh Mills, because if we were to put a railway station near to Chadwood, for example, it would mean the climb up Hemerdon Ball, which wouldn't work at all, and it's outside our boundary anyway. I remember being part of the discussions back in 2018 when we brought this into the joint local plan. I was a cabinet member then. So in principle, I do agree that Plympton has been neglected for a long time and that we do need some sort of rail connectivity in Plympton. Where it's sited, I've just suggested Marsh Mills. We need capacity to be able to have people park and then travel on the train. So, you know, I will be supporting your motion this afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Darcy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise, in principle, I rise in support of the motion today. I very much agree with some of the points raised by the member who's in Chadwood. I too look forward to the day where he boards the train and heads off to Edinburgh as he set out, and we hope to help him with that journey planning next year when the Conservatives win back Chadwood. But there we are. But I agree very much with the principle, as well intended as this motion is. I very much adopt the previous speeches in respect of this, so I shan't repeat the points. I too would like to see some progress on infrastructure. Plympton continues to grow, and of course it's abutted with Sherford, and Iverbridge continues to expand east and west. So it's important that we start informing the plans better, so it'd be good to see that progress. Councillor Nicholson has already pointed out about the negotiations with rail operators, and we too as Conservatives feel that that's important. They're a key stakeholder. And I guess my only concern would be any addition to the railway infrastructure should not be to the detriment of the time, the impact on the train timetable as it is. There are insufficient number of trains to the larger conurbations, namely London, from Plymouth to London, and more importantly, from those larger conurbations down to Plymouth, and we would not want to discourage inward investment by making those journeys longer for people to then say, well, is Plymouth really somewhere where we wish to be based? So it comes with that kind of caveat. But in principle, I very much support the sentiment of this, and I think we should be driving this and get it on the table in order to hopefully improve infrastructure for Plympton and the east of the city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Is it Councillor Coker?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I fully accept the premise and the reasoning for Councillor Poyser and Councillor McLean to bring this motion. Unfortunately, during the last few years, the government has changed the way that local authorities and funding, it's all based through the Peninsula Transport Board and Peninsula Rail Task Force. Now, Plymouth takes a really active role in both, and I think for my sins, I might well be chairing one and vice chairing the other for the rest of this financial year, and then taking on for the next 3 years. Plymouth is, though, taking part, and I just want to say, Councillor Nicholson, I can't answer what's gone on for the last two years. I haven't been in this position, and I'm sure our members opposite on the Conservative side will gladly be able to give you an update on what they've done. But at the end of the day, I think it's worth actually just reiterating some of the facts. Plymouth City Council, in conjunction with Network Rail and other stakeholders, have had input into Network Rail's own Peninsula Rail Corridor Strategy study, which was published earlier this year, which sets out the answers to the main strategic question: how can rail support leisure, business, communities, economic growth, and improve connectivity throughout the peninsula and the UK? Early engagement in this study highlighted the aspirations for new stations in the region, including Plympton. Restoring Your Railway analysis suggests a good case for a new station at Plympton, which could and should align with a metro-style service in the region. The Peninsula Rail Corridor Study sets out an ambitious improvement programme which needs to be built out over time. A station east of Plymouth, which I would presume we will call Plympton, is included in the report as a Stage 2 recommendation to form part of a cross-Plymouth metro service, including rail services not only to Plympton, but existing Plymouth suburban stations to the west, stations in East Cornwall, the Tamar Valley Line, and ultimately Tavistock. This recommendation has been included in the emerging rail strategy of the Peninsula Transport Sub-Regional Body. This existing work as accountable body of the SDP, and with Network Rail, the Council has resources which are inputting this on a regular basis. So what I would say to Councillor Poyser and McLean, I am happy to work with you. What I can't do, and the reason I accept your argument, but I cannot, in this day and age, when we're tight for money, we've just talked about roads, and we've talked about other things, when we have got work going on at a regional level, being led by Plymouth, on exactly the things that you're asking for. My door is always open. If we want to have meetings, and I agree, Councillor Nicholson, happy to meet you. But what I can't do is duplicate work in this really tough financial time. So, you know, the Conservatives, We know, we've talked nationally, how many millions of pounds have we lost in revenue coming in to this council? So I would be foolhardy to set up something to duplicate the work that is being done. But as long as I am on the Sub-Regional Transport Board or the Rail Board, I will be working hard, as I know the leader is committed to improving rail links from around the city to other areas. So unfortunately, I cannot support this, but I am happy to work with you. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillors, is anybody else who would like to speak? Councillor Poyser, I invite you to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll keep it very brief. Obviously, there is a strong strength of feeling for a rail station within the east of the city. Clearly, we've heard from some good points of view from Plympton councillors who have been advocating for this for a long time, long before I become councillor as well. Also think it's really important to come into this chamber and echo the views of residents. Yeah? There's not just from the petition, but this has been a discussion point for a long, long time. I hear Councillor Coker's point of view about duplication of work, and there was never any intention to do that here. If anything, this is about raising the profile of this requirement for a train station within this part of the world. And if anything, I hope today we've managed to do that, and that we will come to, thank you, Councillor Coker, I will come to a board meeting and happily be involved in that. But clearly it's not a one or the other, electrification or a new train station in Plympton, as Councillor Evans would like us to think. It would be nice to have electrification across the Great Western Railway from London to Penzance. That would be fantastic. And in between, we could have a train station in Plympton as well. That would be brilliant. So please support this motion today. I think it will send a really strong message to residents that as a chamber that we are working together, regardless of whether the format of the strategic working group could be duplicated or not. I think it sends a really strong message that we're working together on the same ambitions. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, so we will move to the vote now. Those for the motion, please press green. Those against the motion, please press red. And those who wish to abstain, please press amber. Thank you very much, councillors. I'm afraid that motion is lost. We now move on to the next motion, which is 10D, which concerns radio and local services. Councillor Lang, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I felt it was really important to bring this motion to Council because I know how much the current proposals are going to affect people in Plymouth and in Devon and people across the country for that matter. Loyal listeners and licence fee payers who simply do not feel that their worries about these plans are being heard. You don't have to be a Luddite to believe that digitalisation is not always the correct future plan or where the bulk of investment should go. Digital services, especially when it comes to the local issue at the heart of this motion, should be a complement, an enhancement to what already exists, not an entire replacement. Now, I can't believe the people who are advocating for these changes don't understand the place that local radio holds in so many people's hearts. 167,000 people a week here in Devon, according to the latest radar figures. Either the people proposing this plan don't know that moving the bulk of Radio Devon's output from Devon to Cornwall can only lead to a degradation of programming for people here in Plymouth, or they don't care. Either they don't know how radio becomes a friend, how presenters gradually earn their place as trusted voices who become familiar and part of the daily routine of listeners, especially those who find it hard to leave their home, or they don't care. But we have to assume they don't know this, even though I know it and you all know it, because the other alternative is that they don't care about it. And this is where the issue of consultation comes in. Because if the BBC had consulted properly, they would have heard this for themselves, that localism is important when it comes to radio. People like to hear about the places they know and that are familiar to them. That a programme which covers the whole of Devon and Cornwall can never offer that special touch. There's also the matter of local democracy. There are many of us here in this chamber who were grilled by Gordon, probed by Pippa, or filleted by Fitz. All journalists at the top of their game who know their stuff and above all, know their place, know our place, and know what to ask and why. And we can't lose that. And in fact, if you needed any demonstration of how people feel about their local radio presenters, you only have to look back to last year and the outpouring of love and grief when Gordon Sparks died. There have also been some really worrying tales about some very bad practice in the restructure that this proposal has triggered. Not what you would expect of one of the world's most iconic names and most coveted employers. Stories of long-standing, experienced, well-loved presenters being plunged into Hunger Games-type scenarios, pitting one against another, given 60 seconds to sum up a long and committed career. Think of the talent we are losing and the opportunities for young people to start broadcast careers being demolished by these plans. During the pandemic, the BBC itself trumpeted the importance of local radio. On its own website, it talked of over 4 million interactions with local BBC radio stations since lockdown began. They went on to say that where there was despair and fear, BBC local radio was the beaming light that kept audiences informed and engaged, and quickly became the place that reflected the community spirit that has so long held this nation together. So I say to the BBC top brass who are intent on implementing these plans, don't dim this beaming light. You don't have to. Pause, think again, and properly listen to what your audience is telling you. Politicians of all colours are urging the BBC to rethink, and I believe this council should be adding our voice. Joni Mitchell said it best when she said, "You don't know what you've got till it's gone." If we lose this local service, it will be gone for good, and we will all be the poorer for it. I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Tibbets, I understand that you are seconding the report. Would you like to speak now or reserve your right?
I'd like to speak now, my Lord Mayor. Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Lang for proposing this important motion today. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to second this motion, not least because BBC Radio Devon is broadcast from Manamead in the heart of Compton Ward. I wholeheartedly support all of the talented and hard-working National Union of Journalists members who are on strike against these cuts that are threatening their jobs too. BBC Radio has been a fundamental part of the fabric that has held our communities together for generations. From the Second World War to the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns, the presenters have always been friendly and familiar voices, helping our communities through our country's toughest hours. The news of digitalisation, therefore, isn't always music to the ears of everyone we seek to serve. It means less access and further isolation for them. And I know all of us across this chamber would agree that isolation of our residents just isn't acceptable. For any regular listeners to my contributions in this chamber, you'll know that I often share wisdom and stories from my lovely grandma. And while my grandma is one of many regular listeners to BBC Local Radio, I know my grandma is a big fan of all the little quiz questions that appear in our local programmes, and I always really enjoy receiving her phone calls when she calls to proudly tell me that her answer was read out on the radio that day. I cannot fathom why the BBC wants to take away this joy from people's lives, this sense of purpose, this sense of belonging. We have the opportunity today to send a unanimous message to the BBC. It's time to rethink these cuts, consult with your listeners. And while as perfectly put by the legendary band Queen, let's not leave our residents inside in the dark aching, my Lord Mayor. Let's back this motion as the show must go on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tibbetts. Over to Councillor Carlisle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I didn't kind of expect to speak on this motion, but Councillor Lang sort of touched me very deeply and sort of almost reminded me of my roots. So what people may not know is I'm originally a copywriter for Plymouth Sound and for South Hams Radio as well, which was originally from an actual chicken shed down in the South Hams, down near Kingsbridge. I worked with Peter Gregg, and I worked with Gavin Marshall and Martin Burgess and Sally Reader and all the great cohorts that were there at the time. I also, my children regularly featured on it was a Jana, sort of very gentle mixtape of Jana Land, and my children were regular on that, as well as being attending of the Lord Mayor's Parade, where my children were dressed up as a variety of characters, from Queen to Meatloaf to everything else, which is what every sort of 3- and 7-year-old dreams of at that time. But I was also part of I was part of Global, so Global took over. We then left Plymouth, our South Hams station closed. We then had to move up to Exeter, so I moved along with them. We knew it was starting to feel the beginning of the end. I've been sat there as probably the BBC are currently sat right now. We had amazing presenters. We had apprenticeships there. We had a variety of producers who have gone on to work from Plymouth around the whole of the world. They are producing high quality broadcasting, and by keep closing and narrowing our workforce in this type of industry, by closing these local, we are stopping the opportunities for our young people. But not only that, we're driving away our original talent that we've got. They now have no opportunity to work for commercial radio, perhaps, unless they actually live in Bristol or beyond. And that's not the right thing, because actually I know from working for 15 years in the radio industry, there is an enormous amount of talent there. And I'd like to be able to keep it still going, even if it is through the BBC. So I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Carlisle. Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I can't agree more, Councillor Lang and Councillor Tippett, absolutely 100%. When I was campaigning for Plymouth Airport many, many moons ago, I was interviewed, very lucky to be interviewed by Sparksy and by Jenny Kumar, and it really raised the profile of this local issue. People stopped me in the street and said, I heard you on the radio, can I sign your petition? They stopped me on the bus, asked for the petition. It was absolutely incredible. It's a really fantastic way of actually getting into people's homes and demonstrating what we're passionate about. Councillor Carlisle is absolutely right about the talent as well. There's so much homegrown talent that get to exceed and excel and really put Plymouth back on the map. So I think it's vitally important for this for the people of Plymouth, and it's something for them to relate to. So I fully support this motion. Well done.
Thank you, Councillor Bridgman. Councillor Macleay.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to speak very briefly in support of this motion. So many members today have risen already to emphasise the role that local journalism and media play in our local democracy. And I agree, we cannot overlook the significance of community-centred reporting. Local journalism is the heartbeat of many of our communities. It keeps us informed about events and issues that directly impact our lives, from politics to education, from crime to community initiatives. It supports local businesses, promotes cultural events and local achievements, all strengthening the bonds that bring our communities closer together. My background is in arts PR, and I have spent many summers in sweltering press offices at the Edinburgh Festival Fringe, where I've experienced the power of local journalism firsthand. There, a good review from The Scotsman from Joyce McMillan or from Tom Dibdin at All Edinburgh Theatre can change the entire fortune of a show, making it a sellout and setting the artist on a career-altering trajectory. If we lose local journalism, we lose local journalists and the incredible wealth of knowledge they have. This cannot be replaced. We've also heard many moving stories about the role of BBC Radio Devon has played in the lives of many across this chamber, and I wanted to add my own in here. If BBC Radio Devon were to look at their listening stats, they might be surprised to find a wee hotspot in Stirling, Scotland. That's the Maclay clan, all tuning in. My dad is the biggest fan of John Akers at breakfast, and especially loves the Humdinger with Rob. My nana, who can barely work technology, figured out how to tune in, and now in her weekly phone calls, she regales the week's local news to me. I know it all already, but it is sincerely the highlight of my week. Oh, I'm not going to cry, it's lame. So yes, I am very concerned about the impact of the BBC's plan to strip back our local programming, and I wholeheartedly support this motion, and thank you for tabling it.
Thank you very much, Councillor McKay. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'd like to bring something quite personal to this discussion. 2 years ago, if you can all remember, the world shut down due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and suddenly lockdown happened. We couldn't see friends or family. Those of us like myself who are lucky enough to continue working had to move everything that was office-based online, including the council meetings and scrutiny committees. So it was Teams meeting or Zoom meeting after Teams meeting after Zoom meeting. We weren't allowed to socialise. We could go for half an hour's permitted exercise per day. I was a single parent at the time, and I was also propping up the mental health of my teenage son, who suddenly was no longer able to socialise with his friends or access education in the classroom. His teachers were doing an absolutely sterling job with remote learning, but it was not the same. I found the last thing I wanted to do after a day of online meetings, with red, sore eyes and a headache, was actually watch TV or watch, something that you'd stream on your laptop. So this was when I turned to books, but particularly radio in the background, both Six Music, which I've been a huge fan of for 10 years, but also the local radio, because more than anything, that really helped me feel connected to my community. And like I said, the last thing I wanted at the end of the day, and even my son said the same, he's like, oh, Mum, if it wasn't for the radio, I think we'd have both gone mad. I never, ever, ever want to return to that time again. But yes, radio got me through. I wasn't going to say this, but I could even say last night a DJ saved my life. 2 years ago, a DJ saved my life. 10 years ago, I've already mentioned Six Music. I was part of the campaign to save that radio station when it was threatened with closure. Radio is also a platform, particularly local radio, to bring young, struggling local bands to the attention of record producers, record labels, local venues, which are also under threat. I just think there is Councillor Carlisle, I'm not quite sure what you meant by your comment about even the BBC. I love the BBC. The BBC is absolutely something that the UK should be proud of, and it's under siege like never before. The worst thing they can do is go ahead with these cuts to local radio. Lord Mayor, I rise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Allen. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this motion? Councillor Lang, I invite you to sum up.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I want to thank everybody for such thoughtful, personal contributions, which only underline why we need to convince the BBC to think again about this. There's nothing wrong with pausing and listening and trying to consult properly. For more than 40 years, Radio Devon has been welcomed into people's homes. I worked at the BBC here in Seymour Road for almost 10 years, and I saw for myself what a vital part it plays in people's lives, especially when disaster strikes. I don't know if you remember when Holden Hill froze and many people were stuck in their cars. The only thing they could turn to was local radio to be supported and comforted and given vital information by people who knew the patch and who knew what they were talking about. As Councillor Bridgman says, local radio is vital for getting our messages out and informing people about what we do as a council and as individual councillors. So don't let it be the beginning of the end, as Councillor Carlisle described so eloquently. For Councillor Tippett's grandma, for the support it provided Councillor Allen so poignantly described, for the Maclay clan up there in Stirling. Let's tell the Director General, Tim Davey, what this means to Plymouth. Let's ask him to pause and let's support this motion. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lang. Right, we'll move to the vote now. Please vote using your buttons. Those for in favour, red. Those against are, those for in green. Those against in red, and those who wish to abstain in amber. Thank you very much, councillors. That's carried. Councillors, before we move on, time is moving on now. I look for a show of hands for those that are prepared to continue on tonight. Carried. Right, we move on now to motion on notice number 10, Echo, which is with concerns with Live Well South West, the health and workers' pension and pay. Councillor Aspinall, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The motion before you is, I think, fairly straightforward. What I'm asking you is to give that support to our colleagues that work for Live Well South West. Like the NHS that we saw in Derriford and we clapped for every week for those few years of COVID, they also did a great service in Plymouth. So it's rather frustrating when, due to time in the House of Commons, that the government has not been able to bring forward its Social Care Act. And that has left us once again in that awkward position that the pay award has got to be funded by Live Well themselves. That shouldn't happen, and we need to be sending that message. We believe that the people working for Live Well are a valuable asset to the city. We know how much they mean to each one of our people that have care from them. We should be rewarding our staff equally. So therefore, I'm going to keep it short and ask you that we vote in favour of warmly endorsing the well-deserved pay rise for Live Well and other NHS staff. It is appalled that once again Plymouth has been shortchanged in a way that most other areas which don't use CICs have. So I ask you to support this motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Hayden, I understand that you're seconding the report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to reserve my right to speak, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other councillors who wish to speak on this motion? Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And of course, on this side, we will be supporting this motion. It's a bit of an anomaly that certain sections of the health service aren't receiving the same reimbursement required to pay the staff the bonus which they deserve as other sections of the NHS. Hopefully, this will be corrected. We certainly support this motion. I think it does bring one other issue to the fore, and I'm sure it's one that the Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care will be fully aware of. If there are reserves being held by Livewell, obviously they need some for operating and running costs, but you know, there does raise the question of what level of reserves do they need, and at what point should these be spent on expanding services, of course, which do support our adult health and social care community. I mean, I remember the same arguments in the past still persist with some schools and multi-academy trusts who sometimes seem to be sitting on large pots of money which could perhaps be spent to the benefit of pupils. So I'm sure Mary will be fully aware of this, and if they get the £5 million back, it might be interesting to see how this could be profitably spent, because it is all public money and designed for the health and social care of our community. So we will be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mahoney. Is there anybody else who would like to speak? No, thank you.
No, thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I should have stood when I approached you. I think we're all in full agreement of this motion. Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Aspinall, would you like to now sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's probably fortuitous that I had the last motion on notice, really, on this hot day, isn't it? Certainly, yes, Councillor Mahoney, I totally agree with you. I need to have that dialogue with them. But as you say, it is fortuitous that they had that pot of money that they're able to use in this case. But what I want to see is, as everybody else seems to be saying, is they want to see that replaced so that further innovations can be made by Livewell into clinical work, and to, whether it's building, modernising, and making sure that their good reputation carries on, because that's the other thing we need to remember. The CQC reports that have been about Livewell, on the whole, have been very positive. So I think we need to be supporting them. So thank you, and I look forward to the vote to see whether I've got to do some letter writing.
Thank you very much, Councillor Aspinall. Right, we move to the vote now, using the buttons on your unit. For the motion, green; against the motion, red; and abstaining, amber. Thank you very much, councillors. That's carried. Moving forward now, we come to item 11, urgent decisions, as set out in 4.5 of Part C, Section 14 of Part F of the Constitution. Urgent decisions are required to be reported to the very next ordinary council meeting after they were taken. This report sets out the urgent decisions taken since the last ordinary meeting of the council on the 21st of November. That's no. Yes, 27th of March, and it's for council to note. Does any member wish to speak? We've made the decision, so. Thank you, council. The report is noted. We move on now to item number 12, questions by councillors. Can I invite members to ask any questions of the leader, cabinet members or committee chairs? Please indicate who would like to speak by raising your hand and I will call you to speak. Please note there is up to 45 minutes for questions and answer session. I would like to ask that cabinet members, when responding, do not turn around. Continue to face forward, please, so it's easy for you to speak into your microphone. Questions should be no more than 1 minute long and answers no more than 2 minutes. Members may ask one supplementary question, not a statement, which must be related to the original questions they asked. The same time restrictions apply. Allen, Penrose. Councillor Penrose.
Of us are concerned about the state of our adult social care system. We've got nationally a staffing crisis in the sector with over 165,000 vacancies, with the result that an enormous amount of adult social care is provided by unpaid family and friends and young people. I would like to ask the Cabinet Member for Health and Adult Social Care, what can we do to help support these unpaid carers? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Cabinet Member respond. Please, Cabinet.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Penrose. As you know, last week was National Carers Week, and it gave me great pleasure to be able to say a thank you to all carers, whether they're paid or unpaid. And one of the things that we were highlighting is that there is a large number of unpaid carers in Plymouth, and it's not just adults, it's children as well. And we wanted to make sure that people knew that there was always the opportunity to go onto the council website to make sure that they could find out what was there for them. And they don't necessarily need the money, it's the support. And certainly there are support for adult carers through caring for carers, but there is also Time for You partnership, which gives young children carers that support as well. So I would advocate that we definitely make sure that any of our residents know where to go and get that help.
Have you got a supplementary question? Right, the next question is Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. This is a question, I think, probably for Councillor Lowry, although Councillor Coker may wish to answer it. At the moment, we have an issue with our bus shelters. Many have been removed. We appreciate that some of those were removed and has been agreed with ward councillors as to which ones were going to go if they were not used heavily. However, in the Plimpton area, we have bus shelters that have been removed, and the length of time given between being removed and replaced has been extended from to 5 to 7 weeks before they are replaced. This is causing many issues for our residents, particularly those who are older or are disabled and are not able to stand for long periods of time. I note that the emergency seating in Armada Way has been approved.
Yeah. Can you finish your sentence, please?
I will.
Time's up.
Is it possible to put emergency seating into the areas that have extensive delay in bus shelters being reinstalled, please?
Councillor Coker.
Thank you for your question. It would have been nice, Councillor Harrison, if you could have spoke to me earlier instead of waiting to come to full council with an issue. One of your fellow ward councillors in Plimpton has already raised this. As you know, this wasn't my scheme, but what I've already done, because it's happening in other areas as well, I've already asked for a full briefing on what the problems are, because after 3 weeks, your administration probably knows more than I do, but I've asked for the whole report onto why we're taking them out, and it's taking longer to put them in, because under the agreement, they would come out one week and go back the next. So I need to find what went wrong under your administration, and I will sort it out.
Supplementary?
Please. Thank you. That's really heartening to hear. Yes, that would be wonderful if you could speak. I would like to know why the dates that were given have now been extended, because certain dates were given, particularly in the centre of the Ridgeway, where our district shopping centre now has no bus stops, and they've been delayed by 3 weeks at the moment from the original dates they were given. They were meant to be replaced and put back in this week. Thank you. But just to get some seating would be wonderful. Thank you.
I refer to the answer I gave previously.
Thank you, Councillor Coker. Moving on, Councillor Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think this is a question to Councillor Dan. I wonder, Councillor Dan, whether you're aware that some members, anecdotally, I certainly am one of them, and officers are having emails that are being blocked. They're just not coming through, and you only know this when someone raises it through another medium. And it isn't because people have been spelling my name wrongly. And it's come to light recently, and I've received a variety of reasons from DELT, including that there might have been something suspicious in the attachment or something that someone didn't like the look of. I mean, I don't know how widespread this problem is. I wonder whether you have any idea. But of course, there has been an issue in Cornwall as well that's been in the media recently about councillors being outraged by the blocking of emails. And it is a bit unfortunate because electors sometimes think they're being ignored when you haven't received them. I wonder whether you have any knowledge about this.
I can honestly say no, I'm not aware of it at all, but as I've only been back in the country about 72 hours, that's probably the reason why. But I'm suggesting that if any councillors have any issues with their emails, they should contact DELT direct. We have such strong firewalls in the council that I know as Lord Mayor last year, my email was hacked about 3 or 4 times. So my suggestion is for any councillor to contact DELT direct. And then, if I do find out that there is an issue, I'm sure that they will report it to me as a portfolio holder.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Councillor Dan. I will send you some information about this one, because I would be interested to know exactly why this has been blocked, as I have received mixed messages. So I would be grateful if you would take it forward.
But I will repeat that it will be different for every councillor, so you really should contact DELT, and I'm sure that they will be able to tell you, because if you're sending an email to me, it might be breaking data protection anyway. So I'd much rather you went through the procedure first to see what the issue is and then report it back to me if there is a problem. Thank you.
Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Bryce-Delve. Whilst I was in post last year, I was fully committed to the Charleston Meadow Solar Farm. Can you tell the Council if that is still the case under your administration? Thank you.
I have upcoming meetings around the Charleston Meadow Solar Farm. It was a key part of the Net Zero Action Plan, and renewable energy needs to be a huge focus in order for us to reduce the emissions of this city. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will Councillor Bryce-Delve commit to sharing that information when he after the meetings, so we know what's going on a cross-party basis, as we did last year? Thank you.
I'd be very happy if Councillor Stoneman wished to have a cross-party briefing for shadow portfolio holders on this particular topic, then I'd be happy to arrange that. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, originally it was going to be a question for Councillor Coker, but now it will be a council question to Councillor Bryce-Delve. So I think you're street services, aren't you? I'm sure through you, Lord Mayor, Councillor Bryce-Delve will be aware that residents are generally concerned about the current grass cutting regime, and particularly around junctions. So I was wondering if you could update the council today on what the current situation is on when we're likely to see the grass cutters out dealing with grass cutting in the city, please.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholson. When the new administration started a few weeks ago, we inherited a complicating range of factors with regards to grass cutting, not least the fact that we had a very wet March and April, and although Labour achieved an awful lot in opposition, we weren't able to control the weather at that stage. So the increased sunlight after that point has been problematic. I'd like to assure you that in my first meeting as portfolio holder with Street Services, I asked for visibility at junctions to be a top priority. I specifically mentioned examples in Plympton, and I have had confirmation that there have been certain junctions and streets in Plympton that were cut on Friday that were raised by several councillors on a cross-party basis that have since been cut. Thank you.
Well, Mayor, thank you very much indeed for the Cabinet member's reply. Could he ask the department to just send me a schedule for Plympton to Marywall, please, so that I have some appreciation back to residents as to when their grass will be cut. Thank you.
If you consult the Plymouth City Council website, you'll find there's an interactive map of grass cutting. It'll indicate very clearly which particular grass cutting level applies to the location you're talking about. If it is on the regular cut, the target date for that is every 8 weeks. It's not clear cut in order to make sure that you can get a specific day for that, because as I've just alluded to, there are various factors that can affect that, including ground conditions and weather, and also staffing constraints too. But I'd recommend looking at that interactive map for some clear information.
Councillor Stevens.
Lord Mayor, I'm sure that Councillor Lowry's constituents, like mine, are feeling the misery of sky-high interest rates and inflation. But what does this actually mean for the City Council and our own cost of borrowing?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Stevens. There's an expression in the financial world called the, forgive me, Lord Mayor, the moron premium. And it was last used when Liz Truss was briefly our Prime Minister, in that the markets don't believe what the government is telling them, and they actually charge a premium on interest rates. And David Blanchflower, who was former member of the Bank Rate Setting Committee, has once again used this expression with respect to what's currently happening with interest rates, because the markets do not believe that the government's got inflation under control, and therefore it's once again charging a premium on borrowing from the UK government. This, of course, has been reflected in mortgage rates, as you referred to, but equally as a council in our borrowing costs. So if you were to take an example of our current borrowing cost, or previous borrowing cost, for instance, across our debt, which is in excess of £500 million, our average interest rate was 2.73%. We last borrowed some £50 million back in November of this year at 3.77%. But you'll be aware today that interest rates are at 4.5% and likely to continue to increase. So even if you were to take that small amount of borrowing that we previously undertook in November of £50 million, that would impose an additional cost of debt on this council of some £365,000. So when you talk about potholes, as we have today, of course, I would love to be able to give Councillor Coker more money for potholes, but when the cost of debt's increasing as a consequence of the Conservative government's approach to the economics of this country, I sadly cannot do that. So I hope that answers your question, Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, I'm grateful to Councillor Lowry for his explanation there. So I get from what he's saying that there are going to be huge knock-on effects for the council taxpayer from Liz Truss and Rishi Sunak's casino economics. And what advice would he give to council taxpayers in that scenario?
Well, the latter part is a very easy one to answer, and is basically don't vote Conservative, vote Labour, actually. So that's my response there. But equally, joking aside, obviously, as Councillor Nicholson raised the issue earlier on, our capital programme is predominantly based on our borrowing, or ability to borrow. And now, of course, many projects come into question around their viability. So sadly, our capital programme will need to be reviewed in light of the continued increase in interest rates. But I reiterate my point earlier, If you vote for the Conservative government, you will pay higher interest rates.
Councillor Beer.
I think my question may be to Councillor Coker, but it could also cross over to Councillor Brydesdale. Section 154 of the Highways Act of 1980 says that vegetation should not grow on the public highway less than 8 feet. So that means if you've got a tree hanging over and it's less than 8 feet, that needs to be cut back, but if it's more than 8 feet, that's acceptable. How will you enforce that? And does this Act apply to Plymouth City Council trees?
I'm not sure I quite followed the question, but I would encourage you to report any examples that you're concerned of to Councillor Casework. If that's not resolved to your satisfaction, then I'd be very interested to see the specifics of the particular case you're referring to. Thank you.
Supplementary, Lord Mayor, but I would like to suggest that I do have some issues with council trees that are lower than 8 foot on the public realm, and they do need cutting back, and I will happily give you the examples.
Thank you, Councillor Beer. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Brydesdale, this is another question for you. I'm interested to know what the administration's opinion is about the fact that we've had very kind members of the general public who've recently resorted to cutting the grass themselves in our play parks in particular. Junctions have already been covered in communities across the city.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm aware of the story that you're talking about, and frankly, I'd like to applaud the teenager involved in his sense of... I'm aware of one particular story, and I'm aware that there are others as well, potentially. But in the particular example I was referring to, clearly that young gentleman, felt like he wanted to give back to his community, and I think that should be applauded. The former teacher in me hopes that sensible health and safety precautions took place as well. But obviously, it is on the council to make sure they're delivering on this. As I said before, with regards to some of the issues that cropped up from the previous administration, we're working very hard to catch up on that. And if it's on a regular cut, I can assure you that the grass cutting teams will be round in the near future to deal with that.
In which case, because I'm talking about specifically play parks, which when I've been told they're on a 7 to 9 week schedule, some of which have grass right around the actual play equipment, and it's already, I'm sure it's not quite as tall as me, but it's heading in that direction, and they're the areas that have been cut by residents. Will you consider creating a separate schedule? Because I appreciate the 7 to 9 weeks is for human interaction or cut for people, but to my mind our play parks are not just cut for people, they're cut for our children to actually be able to use those facilities, and there are certain parts of the city at the moment where our young people can't use those play parks because they're on a 7 to 9 week grass cutting schedule. So my plea is that you do a separate schedule specifically for our play parks to ensure that that equipment that we have for young people is able to be utilised for their well-being and their enjoyment and that of their families.
The schedule that you referred to is the schedule that was put in place by your administration. So, we are working through that schedule as it currently stands, whilst reviewing other practices. The current grass cutting budget, as the previous portfolio holder will recognise, in an ideal world isn't as high as it could be. I've asked the team to look at what could be done whilst maintaining the 60-40 split to make sure that we are maintaining biodiversity. But as it currently stands, this is continuing with the schedule that you put in place, and I'm asking them to review options at the moment, including in play parks, and I'll give further information about that when it is available.
Councillor Wakeham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This one again, I'm afraid, Councillor Brydesdale, is for you. So can you explain to me why in the latter part of May, the central reservation on the A379 from the Anchorage pub all the way up to the Alberton Inn was cut right down to ground level, with just a few scruffy patches left, which I would have thought would have been the last areas that would have been preserved. This particular stretch of road was looking beautiful, and I've got to say that because it had a variety of wild flowers there, and many different ones in actual fact, and a lot of oxeye daisies and many other flowers which in actual fact we'd planted the seeds for, because during the winter time myself and a colleague went out there with our fluorescent jackets on and scattered seeds on many evenings, and as I said, it was looking fantastic. So I need an explanation as to why it was cut right back and not left in what we call the Mohican style, whereby it was just cut on the edges. If the central reservation is very narrow, I can understand it, but on a lot of those areas it was wide enough to just trim the edges and leave the centre part. Thank you.
You finish now, please.
I'd like to refer to the answer that I just gave. You're talking a few weeks after the election, where the current administration were continuing with the schedule under you as the previous portfolio holder. If you have a particular issue with regards to an example, then I would suggest going through councillor casework in the first instance. As you're aware, the council manages hundreds of hectares of grassland. I do not currently have an immediate example to give you on every single instance of those hectares.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I've just given you an instance, so I was hoping that you could reply to that positively and tell me why that was done. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
I would refer to my previous answer, Councillor Wakeham. Thank you.
Councillor Tuffin.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question is to the Leader of the Council, Councillor Evans, and it involves Firestone Bay. Rumours are circulating amongst some of our local residents that the Council has agreed to replace the Firestone Bay tidal pool. I cannot recall ever seeing any decision to do this. The pool urgently needs restoration. Please could you tell me what you know that is going on at this time? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, thank you for your question, and I know this is an issue that you and your fellow ward councillors have been raising for quite a period of time. Firestone Bay is Plymouth's last tidal pool and provides a safe way for children to swim at Devil's Point, and this administration values the pool, and as leader I would wish it to remain in use. I cannot find any decision or budget allocation made by the previous administration to do anything with the pool. Any spin that has been put to the contrary is sadly only that, and any information your residents will receive is, to say the least, premature. I wish to make it clear, though, that the previous administration did not make a formal decision to repair or replace the pool, nor did they make any budgetary provision for any work to happen this financial year. This administration has ensured that over this season, the pool will be regularly checked and kept safe for public use. Meanwhile, though, and the good news is, a business case outlining options to maintain a tidal pool at Devil's Point for many years to come, as following Labour representation to the officers, being prepared.
Once again, thank you, Lord Mayor. Supplementary. Thank you for clarifying that, Councillor. It's sad that local residents have been misled. Could you assure me that ward councillors will be fully involved in the next step in order that in appropriate ways can be found to engage with the local populace? Thank you.
Very happy to do this because such action is very much in line with our corporate plan. I'd like to say again that we'll be making sure that Firestone Bay doesn't lose its much-loved tidal pool. Unlike the previous administration, we just don't talk about it, we'll actually make it happen.
Councillor Holloway.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question's for Councillor Coker.
Councillor Coker, we share a love of buses in this city, and I know you were as distressed as I was when we had some bus routes removed in the past. Could you provide an update on what you've been doing since getting into power and on some of those routes, particularly the 31 bus route, which my residents in Drake Ward are concerned about? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holloway. Yeah, I'm pleased to say that I spent a whole day with the Department for Transport last week talking about the issues of bus services in the city, why under the last administration we got 0 on our Better Bus Fund, and what we could do to make sure that on the second round we are successful in our bid. What we're also doing with the public transport team at the moment is going through the feasibility of the loss of the 31 and some other buses to find out how we can work together to make sure that we implement and don't cut off parts of the city as already happened. And my colleague here, who's responsible for the finance, is fully supporting our efforts, and hopefully over the next few weeks we will have some news for you.
Councillor, supplementary?
Nothing further, thank you.
Councillor Macleay.
Thank you. My question's already been answered, so happy to withdraw.
Councillor Loveridge.
Yeah, my question is to Councillor Coker. Councillor Coker, throughout the city, not all bus shelters have been removed. I welcome the fact that there was a cross-party working group, but my question is to you. Will the bus shelters that are there still remain? Do you have an update on that one, please?
I'm looking confused, Councillor Loveridge. Are you saying that on the policy, yes, there was cross-party working with Councillor Smith and Councillor Hayden. I'm not sure whether you're saying to me, are the bus shelters that have been moved for replacement, that have been taken away, being replaced? Then the answer to that question is yes. The ones that through low usage that was agreed with Councillor Dreen and Councillor Smith, when they're gone, they're gone. But we are also looking at how many we could return should they need to, and that we can demonstrate that a lot of people use those bus shelters. So I've tried to cover everything there, but I wasn't quite sure what you were aiming at.
Yeah, my question to you was, will the bus shelters that are still there, will they still remain there? They're not going to be taken away. That's what my constituency is asking me.
The answer to that question, again, I might even ask Councillor Smith to lean across and explain. All of them went through a process throughout with Councillor Dreen and Councillor Smith. There was agreed that some low uses or duplicate bus shelters, or bus shelters that were out of the city boundary, that were not ours, but we'd put them in originally, they will be, the ones that were agreed will go. The rest that were permanently there, under the programme, they all will be replaced with brand new bus shelters. I hope that's what you were asking me.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Blight.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Lowry. I welcome the announcement about the Community Diagnostic Centre in the city centre. It will be ideally placed in St Peter and the waterfront with its high levels of deprivation for its residents. Deprivation exists across the city and in particular in the north of the city. Do you have any plans to bring forward improved health facilities to assist with the health inequalities in the north of the city? Thank you.
Very good question, Councillor Blight. Thank you for that. The new Community Diagnostic Centre will be located in the West End, helping residents in the city centre. but also providing wider access across the city, thereby helping residents across the whole of Plymouth. These new facilities will undertake, as an example, MRI scans, CT scans, X-ray, lung cancer screening, ultrasound, and many, many more tests. We estimate annually in excess of 91,000 tests will be carried out at the new facility when built. I do agree with you that health inequality exists in other parts of our city, including the north, and yes, I will be meeting representatives of the health community to see what further provision can be brought to our city, including the north of the city. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Please, thank you. That's great news. Would you consider keeping councillors up to date and encouraging us to get involved?
Health inequality and health generally is an issue that affects us all in this city, and I'm very mindful that many members are concerned about the lack of provision that exists in our city and the need for it to substantially improve. We have been for quite some time underfunded in respect to the provision of health in this city. That's why I'm delighted that on the first day of our administration we submitted an application for the Community Diagnostic Centre, and I would hope, and I will be working very hard to ensure that we do get a much better settlement in respect of health across our city. Through the scrutiny process there will of course be opportunities to take this forward, but additionally I'm very happy to meet with councillors in this chamber or on any occasion to look at understanding what their issues are, and I'm happy to work with councillors and update them regularly on what progress is being made. Thank you.
Councillor Dr Mahoney.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think my question is for Councillor Rennie as Chair of the Standards Advisory Group. I suspect you might not know too much about what is happening at the moment, but towards the end of my year as Chair, I was becoming increasingly concerned about issues from complainants and those who've been complained about complaints not being dealt with. I know there were some measures being put in place to help deal with this, and I suppose a lot of the issues have now gone away because certain councillors are no longer with us. For good or ill, but I don't think it was an entirely satisfactory situation, and I failed to find out what the situation was while I was still the chair. I wonder whether you do know, and whether you perhaps could tell us and the council generally, if not today, by email, where we are with this process, which certainly was lagging behind.
Thank you, Councillor Dr Mahoney. I think you've got the wrong person. You addressed the question to the wrong person.
Be Councillor Lang.
Through you, Lord Mayor, the Audit and Governance Committee has received several reports concerning the Code of Conduct, and recently agreed arrangements for standards at the Audit and Governance Committee. Further reports will be coming in September, but I'm not sure this one is directed for Councillor Rennie, or any member indeed at this point.
I still would be interested to know where we are and how many there are waiting to be processed, and perhaps how many died a death after the May elections. It is quite concerning. Hopefully going forward there won't be quite so many complaints and the process will be easier to deal with.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dr Mahoney. You will be responded to.
If it would help, I am the new chair of the Audit and Governance Committee, so I will look into this and keep you updated, if that helps.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much. Right, moving on. We've now got Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is to Councillor Coker, and sorry, it's about bus shelters again, but in a different way. I'd like to thank you, number one, for looking into the bus shelter situation. It definitely needed doing. However, I've literally just received from the Sustainable Transport Coordinator about 5 minutes ago a report saying that bus shelters are going to take a minimum of 18 months across the city. Far longer than originally envisaged, obviously. Once you've done your investigation, etc., will you ensure, please, that you'll be able to state individual ward replacement dates within that 18 months period. Because if you're looking at 18 months' time, you have winter in the intervening period, and I have a lot of elderly residents. So could you come back to me on that, please?
Again, I'm not sure whether there's something wrong with my hearing or the acoustics are not very good in here. I will, with officers, as I said to your fellow councillor, conduct a review of what's going on and what the problem is. And actually, until Councillor Salmon, until I do that review, it would be a very foolish person to say, I will do X, Y, and Z. I will find out what's going on. We will then let each member know, because it could be that there's a problem with Brexit and we can't get the material. I don't know until I find out. So when I find out, I will be able to make a decision. I will be able to communicate that decision. But at this stage, I won't preempt what I'm going to do.
Thank you. Councillor Stoneman.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. My question is for Councillor Pemberley. We are coming to the season now, and we've already had issues in the city in regards to unauthorised encampments. What are you, as Cabinet Member, proposing to do to ensure and mitigate the issues that have occurred in my ward and others across the city as the summer progresses in regards to unauthorised encampments? Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wishes to see the Council's policy on Gypsy Roma traveller communities, both for settled communities and unauthorised encampments, that is available on the Council website. I will ask all councillors to be sent a link to that, which includes the process for an unauthorised encampment, and you can see the policy, and you can also report one. Please do that at the earliest opportunity when one arrives, and we will follow our policy and the law in dealing with it. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord. On a supplementary, will the Cabinet Member agree with me that once a unauthorised encampment has left a particular site, that measures are taken to secure the site to try and stop the actions happening again, such as has happened in A Buckland last summer? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
If you read our policy, you will find that we have information there about targeted hardening. There is no budget. There is no magic money tree. The cuts that we have received as a council over the last 13 years of Tory and coalition government mean that we are substantially less than we were before. We can't just make everywhere safe. We can't fence things in, which means no one can use them, because that's the only way ultimately to stop anyone onto a piece of land, because we have lots of people going onto that piece of land. I understand in Bladder Meadow that we actually have put a bund in. There is, I understand, criticism from people Councillor Blight has been talking to, that ward councillors have done that without talking to the local community, and the local community would have liked to have been involved in consultations about what sort of targeted hardening was done. So, you know, that isn't on our part, that's on the nature of ward councillors, but targeted hardening, if necessary, will also be always be part of the discussion that the team have with ward councillors after an unauthorised encampment.
Thank you, Councillor Pemberley. Councillor Carlisle.
Thank you. I think my question is for Councillor Bryansdale, because it's about grass cutting. So my thing is, I think Councillor Smith sort of covered it a little bit in her part. But we had such good weather over the half term, and it was such a shame that places like Hartley Vale, which I'm not saying it's council case, but because it's across the whole of the city and lots of wards, it just was unusable. And like my fellow colleague, we might have little legs, but you know, it was up to our knees, and like some of my colleagues, little legs, but it was over my knees, and it was a point when it was unusable. I know with the grass cutting, but I'm just wondering if we can get a reassurance that this won't happen again before the summer holidays, and all the play areas and the family areas and community areas can have higher priority with cutting.
I couldn't possibly comment on the length of Councillor Carlisle's or Councillor Darcy's legs, but I will say you mentioned Hartley Vale. I actually want to thank Councillor Tibbets, who raised with me that there was an issue in Hartley Vale. What he noticed was that actually the grass cutting policy wasn't being followed on that particular area. There should be wildflower meadows on the side, and the middle centre should be kept short for recreational activities, particularly children in that estate who like to play football there. And because he noticed that that wasn't done, I was able to raise it with the Director of Street Services. He checked on the system. On the system, it had said that it had been cut on a recent date, so there was an administrative error there. And having escalated it, I was able to make sure that that was cut within a week of me raising it. Thank you.
Thank you, that's really good to hear. Along with my fellow councillor, I'd reported it in twice to Councillor Casework as well, but I'm glad that by speaking directly to Councillor Brydesdale, you managed to get some issue and it's sorted, and hopefully it won't happen again because there isn't really much wildflower there, it's mainly just wild grass.
I would assume that the similar ratio of wildflower and grass was there under the previous administration. If you'd be interested in additional wildflowers being planted there, perhaps that'd be a good use for a community grant. Thank you.
Councillors, that was our penultimate question. The last question falls to Councillor Wakeham.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I must apologise, Brydesdale, Councillor, because I'm literally asking you another one. Can you give us an update on the SUDS project at Central Park? You're obviously a bit of an expert on SUDS from what you said earlier. So it was progressing well under my watch, and I just wondered how it's progressing now, because obviously it's supposed to be completed by the beginning of July. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wakeham, for the question. So I requested a briefing from Zoe Sidman with regards to the SUD scheme in Central Park. At that meeting, I also asked for the Peveril councillors to be kept updated, because I think it's very important where local Peveril residents might experience some disruption to their use of those walkways around there, that they're kept up to date. The date for the delivery of that project, I do not know off the top of my head, but I'd be happy to check for you. It's progressing well. Work is underway on it. And I think what we can all agree is that communities who are affected by severe flooding, as was the case in Peveril, need these nature-based alternatives to make sure that they aren't affected, particularly in a climate of worsening extreme rainfall. Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Brydesdale. Can you please update me as to the progress, because I would appreciate being kept in touch on that one. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
In consideration that they were very succinct answers and questions, we do actually have time for more. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's a question for Councillor Sally Cresswell. I just wondered if Plymouth City Council has any plans to look into and hopefully alleviate the teacher recruitment crisis.
A good question. We actually know that a third of teachers are actually leaving the profession within 5 years, and there has been, as well documented, a problem nationally with teacher recruitment, particularly for science and maths. The maths issue is going to become greater because the present Prime Minister has decided that all children should follow a maths curriculum right up to 18, which is going to create a real problem for those children who should be actually doing A-level maths, and there won't be enough people to actually teach GCSE maths for those who have to actually retake. There is certainly a significant pressure on teachers in terms of pay and demands, and particularly since COVID, and this is creating a massive a problem right up and down across the country. I think also what's very worrying and was alluded to just recently is the fact that not only is it in science and maths now, but it's also in terms of teachers as far as English is concerned, which didn't used to be quite such a problem. I could put this down to perhaps Councillor Briers-Delve leaving the teaching profession, and we've obviously lost a good English teacher. But it's certainly something that the local authority needs to be really mindful of, because it has massive consequences, not least as well that we're also losing support staff as well, so they could be paid better when they go into places like, for example, supermarkets.
And supplementary, to sort of drill down into that, can you give us some more detail about how this is particularly affecting Plymouth education and early years settings?
I don't have any particular data and detail, but I think it might be something that we perhaps need to be looking at, because the data is always important and key. If we have that data, we might well be able to mitigate against problems that come sort of later on. And also, I know that we have been looking, for example, the impact that's going to happen as far as early years and the 2-year-olds as it comes up through that there is a greater there is actually an increasing number of 2-year-olds entering into nursery provision settings. So we will actually need to keep an eye specifically on this, and I think perhaps it would be a good piece of work to actually collect from the schools some sort of data and how the trends are going in terms of not just secondary schools and specialist teaching, but also looking as well at perhaps the recruitment and retention of early years specialists and the recruitment and retention of support staff within schools as well. So a good question.
Councillor Darcy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My Councillor Briers-Delve's, please, question. It relates to play parks. I appreciate this has been raised previously. It's clearly an issue affecting the entire city, but I'm speaking on behalf of the residents I represent in Plymouth and St Mary, particularly Woodford. You'll be familiar with that park. Recently, and certainly in the last few weeks, we have had issues with the fact that the grass around the play park area is far too high and the bins are not being emptied. Now, I raised this through councillor casework, which is the normal order for matters, and chased many times in the last few weeks. I was pleased to hear that Councillor Tippett's managed to have some success with that. I copied you in. I haven't had a response. I know Councillor Carlisle also didn't get a response or was able to progress.
Councillor, I'll remind you, you're now repeating this question. This is the third time this question has
Well,
come
my
through
question is this, Lord Mayor. Will you agree with me, Councillor, that these areas are not being managed for people? They are, in fact, being managed by the people.
I would refer you back to the response I've given on probably 5 occasions this evening, that whilst reviewing policies on terms of grass cutting, we've continued with the schedule done by the previous administration. And so if you have issue with that, you might be best placed talking to Councillor Wakeham on that particular point. Thank you.
Brief supplementary, Lord Mayor. My question included reference to the bins. As my previous emails to caseworker, which I copied you in on, which went without a response, residents were emptying the refuse bins and the rubbish collected by the bins and taking it to Chelsea Meadow because the bin collection's not getting there. These are issues that are affecting the residents of Woodford. It's not just grass cutting, it's the bins around children's play parks. Will you please prioritise children's play parks? It's within your gift as a cabinet member. Please stop blaming the previous administration. It's entirely within your gift, and get on top of the issue, please.
Councillors, one speaker at a time, and those are the ones that I've said that are the speakers.
Thank you, Councillor Darcy. I've told the Director of Street Services to prioritise play parks, and if you find that having not repeatedly reported something to Councillor Caseworks not being dealt with, please feel free to raise it in that instance. Generally, my experience has been that actually the Councillor Casework system is working very efficiently on bins, and Well, as I've previously said, I think I've answered that sufficiently tonight. Thank you.
Councillors, that concludes the business of the full council. Thank you, members, for your time and your engagement. I wish